Good evening and welcome to Targeted Massachusetts Northeast Conference. My name is Frank Allen. I will be your host this evening, and we're off to another great Friday night. And I will start. I call this the game that the perps play. When the perps first visit you, we'll say, your mind and your brain, everything associated with your perception, has never dealt with anything like this before. So what happens is this. You go into a state of induced paranoia through hypnosis. And some people do not get beyond this point. When I was first targeted in 2011, I perceived a lot of things to be true, such as everyone in the store is watching you. Everyone that passes you on the highway is looking at you. Now, my perps had a game they played. They said that they were actually multiple texting all the vehicles within a 20-mile radius to be on the lookout for a fugitive in a black convertible. So, in my state of mind, I reacted to that. And I reacted to it by getting more paranoid. And it took 3 months for me to realize, by applying some logic, that the people in the stores and the people in the cars had much better things to do than to watch me. And that guided me out of the paranoia and into logical, positive thinking as I normally did. So from there, they lock onto you. They start recording all of the names of your friends and your associates. If you look at a hard drive in a computer as a pie chart, you will see then a very tiny amount of space used. They review your habitual tendencies, recording everything. Your coffee, how you make it, how you like it, where you go, what you do, and whom you meet. They at once love your spouse, girlfriend or boyfriend, for this is where they derive much pleasure for themselves. They love to watch you in your intimate behavior. They record the event and subsequent events, comparing who likes what. They like to give you pointers on what you and your other half likes or does not like, ribbing you about what you are doing wrong and everything else that you do. So then you must block this out and try to enjoy each other's company, which is considerably more elusive when two targets are involved. Okay, so this is all about your habits. They glean much information from your phone calls, television programming, radio, and like things. The perps are learning you and from you. They follow you everywhere. They have a computer program that works on the realm or in the realm of possibilities. This being much the same as, we'll say, Google's predictive text. They try to predict what you are going to say. Let's give an example. They have 10 choices to choose from. One is the most likely, 10 the least likely. But they are all answers that you have given to one of your friends or colleagues. The clock is ticking naturally, of course, as time marches on, and days become weeks, and weeks become months, and months become years. As time goes on, you may have answered the same questions 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. So the law of averages dictates, and logic dictates, that you will answer this question in the same fashion. So this is an example of what they do for just one question. Keep in mind that this computer is working all the time on each question or fact that you have divulged, cataloging it. Gradually, over time, they have created a library of your life. And this same pie chart that I mentioned earlier is starting to fill up. They will even try to claim memories that you have had long before they were involved. They like to make you think that they were around from the beginning. They would like to make you think that they were there when you were born and followed you ever since. They are recording everything digitally. This procedure reaches a point in time in which they believe that they can speak for you, using your own dialect, slang, cuss words, etc. They start to link up events to music, events to television, television to music, events to a movie that they thought that you had loved. They start making links to everything to try and make you forget where the links should go. I remember because we do not think that way. Farther down the road, they are always trying to interject thoughts in place of your own, or to intermingle with your own. They try to use what they call propel or forced speech. They are actually working on your vocal cords, which you can perceive. The first step is to make you self-conscious of your mouth. The second step is to try to make your lips move to form words that they are saying. You may think that you are actually speaking these words or trying to speak them, but it is moreover just the blood flow to your mouth which they use. Then there are the things that they do to you. They can hurt you or try to really hurt you. Once I was hurt so terribly that for fear of hurting other drivers, I had my car towed to a hospital. They can sexually arouse you to a point of almost giving you an orgasm and hold you at that point for hours if they choose to. They stimulate your anus as well. I have been told that this is a female program, as in the computer program. We must take into consideration the fact that men are far less likely to come forward with this particular problem. Women will share because they want help. The breakdown of this scourge, on the average, is approximately 80% women versus 20% men. They can access the nerves associated with your teeth and burn them like the worst cavity that you ever had. Any tooth, randomly. They can give you pinpoint headaches, sharp, unrelenting pain in your ears, as though an ice pick was stuck into your eardrum. They can make it appear as though someone is mining, or actually they are using the small muscles and hairs associated with moving wax from your ear. They can give you small exploding snaps that are very close to your ears themselves. They can combine a stomach sensation or impulse to make it more real. Tinnitus is meant to be an irritant. Some people suffer so bad they cannot even speak. It's so loud to the point where you try and counter it with something. And this is before that I was tragically attacked with mind games. And that's when I incorporated the use of a gentleman by the name of Dave Case's CD, or other types of audio interference. And my theory is, if you fill up your audio bandwidth, they can get nothing in. So use white noise, pink noise. Some people use their favorite songs or a foreign language. They claim to be able to make you smell things that are not really there. Well, I will conclude by saying, remember that this is based in hypnotism, which is thousands of years old. So take care and try and remember a few of the things that I've said. This is coming totally from my own experience. Okay, I'm going to end the Q&A, and we'll get back to our conference call. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. Okay, those of you who would like to speak, simply hit *6 if you are on a phone, or if you are on computer, just make the red microphone green. And for those of you who don't know, we do present videos an hour or more before the conference call. The videos aren't ours, but they are the opinions of others, so that we might share information from another country, from the other side of our own country. But they are provided for you for your listening pleasure. Okay, we have 34 people already, and it's 9:14. Let's have somebody up that would like to speak. I know Marilyn is here this evening. Marilyn, what do you have to say? Okay. Well, I tell you what we can do if nobody wants to speak. I'll Q&A it. All right, for another 30 minutes or so, because I can talk for hours and hours and hours. But what I would like to hear is from you. Hi, Scylla.
Maybe we'll get a stimulus check from Santa.
That'd be really cool. You know, yeah, that'd be great. That would be really fantastic. I know a lot of people have not even received the first one.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe they have to file taxes or just put their name into the IRS.
Yeah, there's certain things they can do to move that along.
I haven't received my taxes back yet, but I did it on paper.
Oh, I see. That'll do it every time.
Yeah, they said they're very backed up.
Yeah, there's probably very few left that know anything about doing it on paper.
Well, I got a little mixed up with everything and brought all my paperwork to an accountant in East Hampton, and I said I'll just do everything on paper, and she said sure. So.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I don't know if H&R Block is still around, but I think I've seen one of their booths here and there. But a CPA is always good, when in doubt, especially if you're single and you don't have anything really big going on. It's great.
Getting a COVID test tomorrow, just in case. I don't feel sick or ill, but my grandmother's home from the nursing home, so just kind of want to make sure. So my mother and I, they're actually doing it in town at the high school. No charge. So we're going to go tomorrow morning and get that over with. And pretty nice.
Good idea.
Yeah, they did it before in town, and they're doing it again.
Oh, that's fantastic. That's really great. They will take any... since the high school is probably closed, like so many others, they will use any public facility to, in the future, I'm sure, give out vaccinations, and right now, tests. They have home tests that are, I believe, 92% effective.
Yeah, I heard about that today in the news. And then CVS has all those little boxes outside of their CVS's. I think that's where they're going to give the vaccine. Have you seen those yet?
I haven't seen the boxes, but
Yeah.
I would have to say that it will be curious to see how many people actually get the vaccine.
I know. They're like little sheds. And they say CVS on them with the big heart. So I guess everybody will stand in line. They got an air conditioner in the back. So I guess they think, obviously it'll be warm weather when they're giving vaccines as well. Yeah, they have a few of them here around where I live. Riverdale Road. I don't know if you've ever been on Riverdale Road in West Springfield. The big CVS there, and they have a box out there.
I think the
Like
closest I've been to that is probably Charlton and Sturbridge, and because my brother, well, he passed away, but the family still lives off of Route 20 in the Brookfields. So.
But didn't you go to Northampton one time?
I've been all over the place. Yeah, I've done a lot of visits out that way.
Maybe you went to the 3-County Fair in Northampton. They used to have racehorsing and everything. Everybody used to go to that.
I used to go to what do they used to call it? The Exposition?
Eastern States? Yeah, that's where I live, across the street, the Big E.
Oh God, yeah. I went there when I was a little kid.
Yep. They didn't have it this year because of COVID for the first time.
Yeah, I think I'll go to it next year. Hopefully, everything will be open.
Yeah, I think a lot of people will. Yep.
Anything
new? Runs for 2 weeks.
Yep. Anything new you'll see there. And it's not your average fair or anything like that. I mean, there's buildings that are devoted to, like, science fairs. There's all kinds of crafts. I believe there's animals there, too.
Yep.
Aren't there, Scylla?
Yes, there is animals.
Yeah.
They stopped the elephant rides, though, because that's cruelty against animals. So, thankfully, that's done. Because they used to take the elephant and just twirl him in a circle around and round and round. They got rid of that. That's good. Ken is on the line. Hi, Ken.
Hey, Ken.
Hey.
Yeah, I was going to say, come on back. Talk with Zola, because I'm going to get some coffee.
Yeah, I got some dinner on. I'll be back in a little while.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, we had somebody else pop in there. See if I can sign into the web version here. Yeah. You see, that slows down the program for up there so that you can see what's going on better. Well, I'd like to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And we're working right up to it really quick.
Merry Christmas, Frank. Thank you.
Yeah, have you had anybody take any interest in you sending them out a card?
No.
Uh,
I can understand, though. Maybe nobody wants to give the address out. It's perfectly fine.
Yep. That's the reason. Well, a lot of people think that if you're trying to send them a Christmas card and you want their address, that you're storing up all these addresses and cataloging everybody, and I've heard just about everything when it comes to that. But I think it's a really nice gesture because there's a lot of people that won't be getting any. And,
that's okay. Maybe I'll meet a lot of people in Washington and be nice that way, and which I'm really looking forward to.
Yeah, they are. I'm looking forward to the holidays this year and not to get deeper into targeting, but to get deeper into the real meaning of it.
I've been passing out tracts. Went down to a flea market. I found a wonderful tract society, Pilgrim Tract Society, and they got like thousands of tracts for like $20. So I go down to the flea market, pass them out along my books, and meet people, and it's real good. It's just spreads the good news. I put a little donation jar out there. So if you feel isolated, get some tracts and go out on the street and start passing them out. You have trouble meeting people, and you just go out and pass some tracts out. I mean, just a suggestion.
Okay, at 9:25, we are at 51 callers.
Chemtrails finally passed through here. They're all gone, thank God.
Okay, guys, I'll be right back in about actually less than that. I just got to pour a cup of coffee. Need one bad. So you can take over and moderate.
Oh, yes, sure.
Needs.
Ken, when you said you went to the flea market, if you'd like to say, you said you got tracts. Do you mean music?
No, I mean tracts. 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 Like little Bible tracts.
Oh, that's pretty neat.
Yeah, and you can get a lot of them at the Pilgrim Tract Society. They have like over 1,200 tracts, and they're really fundamentally sound. I mean, they aren't way out there, and they're evangelizing. So I was really impressed. But that was good. They sent me a big old box of tracts. So of course they like to get a donation, and in my place I sent 1, 2, 3 of my books. So that's my donation. They can put them in their library. But they're good. They got some good stories in them. I mean, each tract is either 1 page, 2, 4, or 8 pages, real small little pamphlets, and with the good news. Some are Christmas tracts, some are Easter tracts, some are Thanksgiving tracts, some are just regular evangelical tracts. But like I say, it's a great way to meet people, and actually most people really appreciate it. Occasionally one will say no or hand it back, but most of the people accept it and even start a little conversation. So,
can you read us the Christmas tract, or is it too long?
I don't know if I got one. It is pretty long. I mean, it's probably in about 9 font on the 2 pages. And, of course, again, they're evangelical in nature, and I don't want nobody to be offended, but it's just basically, some are personal stories, though, and they're true stories about, how they got saved or whatever. So, yeah, it's pretty long. I don't probably not good to get into that, but...
Pretty cool, though.
Yeah, it gets people in the door too. Because my friend down there, he sells junk, and a lot of the junk's real good stuff. So it's like I get them in the door with the tracts or Bibles. I've kind of got a lot of Gideon's Bibles, so they like that. People like that, and then it gets them in the door to look at the junk. It's like it paves the way. So he does pretty good, and it's kind of enjoyable to go do that, on the weekends. Keeps me active and busy now.
I don't know if you want to explain, but what's a Gideon Bible?
A Gideon's, it's a group that got together years ago. to put out evangelical materials. I kind of got saved by the Gideon's Bible. They got a concordance up front. It's those little Bibles you see like in motel rooms.
Yeah.
You know, they're in doctor's offices, but they got the real small Bibles, New Testament, Psalms, and Proverbs. And but again, most of them are placed in like hospitals, motel rooms. But the unique thing about the Gideon's Bible is it has that concordance up front when you got a problem, and alphabetical, like you know, right on down the line: anger, backsliding, courage, and then it's just simply got the scriptures underneath them to where you go to find the spiritual answer. And I really needed that when I was in a high pressure training technician's position years ago. I was just deluged with people's problems in the training room. So it was my saving grace, and that's where I got the vision to explain each of those subjects and write a book and summarize the subject in reading form. So anyway, that's a little story behind my spiritual journey. But I never forgot the Gideon's scriptures, and they have representatives all throughout the nation that distribute Bibles to motel rooms and so on and so forth. And a couple of them passed away here, and suddenly all their materials ended up at the Salvation Army. Well, I've been getting them, so I just go down there and get them. They're free. And I put them out on a table down there at the flea market. But there's a story about the Gideons. It's in the Scripture in the Old Testament, and has something to do with the army coming in and defeating another adversary. And I can't remember the story well, but that's where Gideon's came from. It's the Scripture in the Old Testament.
Interesting. Pretty cool.
Yeah. And I like it because they aren't slanted one way or the other. I mean, they're just, you know, again, they're fundamentally sound in their doctrine, and they're basically just, you know, providing scriptures and stories and not puffing them all up, you know.
Right.
And, I mean, some of these tracts just went out to Nigeria, Congo, East Africa. I mean, this society, well, kind of apart from the Gideon, I'm getting off on another subject, but I mean, they're shipping like 40-foot containers of tracts where these people are just dying to hear some kind of good news, you know, and get some spiritual help because they got so much strife over there.
Right.
So that's a good thing. They're really a good group, this tract society. I don't want to take up the whole call. Anyway, that's what I've been doing.
It's pretty cool. Thanks, Ken.
I just wanted to let you know we have an emerging group, and it's Parents Helping Parents. And it's going to be posted on our website. It'll be a full page. And Ken, I'm still working on yours. I haven't had time to breathe. Any more information that you can send me, Ken, would be much appreciated to complete it. But yes, it's a group called Parents Helping Parents, and that, as I said, that will appear on our website, targetedmassachusetts.org, because we have so many people that are actually, their children are targeted. Allison Island is one of them, and we have Nikki from Gloucester, who is actually putting it together. And I'll be really proud to have it up on the website. So any of you who have children who are so afflicted with this, that's the place you want to write to. Parents Helping Parents at protonmail.com. Okay, go ahead, Ken. Scylla.
Oh, I'm finished. I was just taking up some time. Thank you, though.
Oh, sure. Thanks, Ken. And we have 54 people on here so far tonight. I don't know why Marilyn hasn't piped up yet. We've got Candy from Texas. Hepcat sets name Karen. Hi, Karen. Nice to see you. Fleming. David. Allentown, PA. Anonymous. Bev. Wendy. Kingston, Mass. I know the town very well. Carolee. Connie. E. Jan. Encino. Christine. Linda. Aseo. Amy. Reno, Nevada. Land O'Lakes. Jay. Anonymous. Claudia. Deb. I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce that. Galim Zianova. Okay, I guess I did. I don't know how well I did. Atlanta, North Georgia. Nancy, Life Stolen. And Ken. Melvin at Southeast Texas. Foley, Alabama. Zabato. Joe, Anonymous. Nobody. AZ Girl, Anonymous. Frank. Tracy. Bobby. Roseanne. Michael. Noel. Miss Delso, and Jesse Call. Nice to see you, Jesse.
No.
And a very good friend of mine from Kingston, Massachusetts, had a little girl named Noel, only it was spelled Nenoel. A beautiful little girl, beautiful little blonde girl. How you doing, Jess?
I'm good. I apologize it took me so long to unmute and respond. I was scrolling back up to the top of the list so I could unmute. How are you doing?
Oh, very good. No complaint except for the targeting, but there's not much I can do about that right now. But I do have my own countermeasures that I try to make known. I'll tell you, Dave Case happens to have landed on probably one of the best sources for V2K. I won't say it helps the tinnitus because they turn that on and off at will. And they have it on as loud as they want or as soft as they want, and there is not much you can do about it. But it does help the V2K because it confuses them. But I have another one if you'd like to try it. If you have three devices that can contact YouTube, get a talk show or any kind of repeating, preferably a repeating phrase of your choice. You can find them on YouTube. Just pick something that you want to repeat and put it on all three devices and put them out of sync, like we'll say 30% each out of sync, or maybe less than that, and it drives them nuts. So I just figured I'd put that out there for you.
I've had some success putting a magnet on my tooth.
Okay.
It must change the composition of the whatever they got in the like a filling. I'm pretty sure they work off of that that composite. Pardon the similarity of the words there, but I do believe they work off that composite, and I have actually put a magnet on there for like 20 and 30 minutes, and it obviously does something. It screws something up, and then I've had relief for like 2 days because of it. So
I have never put a magnet on a tooth for any length of time.
Try it.
I've tried it for like 30 seconds or something like that,
I
but
have to do it for like 15 minutes before it does change everything. So if you're worried about swallowing or anything, then put it on a end of a knife.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
No, that's
Then if it doesn't work, you can just stab yourself in the throat.
No, don't say that.
No,
and
I'm only
kidding.
kidding.
Do that for your back. Like they've got implants in my back and the shoulder muscle. And they put it where you can't reach it, so you can't get to it. But if you put that into one of the stronger magnets, like on a end of a hammer or something, not the claw, but a pry bar, whatever, then you can reach around there and just press against it for 15 or 20 minutes and hopefully burn it up and disable it. So, I mean, there's lots of ways to do things.
what you want.
I tried working with a TENS unit for... go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah,
that's all right. Frank, hi. Would you put in the chat or repeat, if you don't mind, what you do to so you can hear better around you and not be so affected by their stuff? Thanks.
Where you can hear better around you?
What you had said recently about drowning them out, whatever you said there about 1/3, 1/3, and 1/3, something.
Oh, okay. You take, you can get a repeating phrase of your choice almost on YouTube. And if you have 3 devices, you can start, in other words, open 3 YouTubes and pick the same phrase on each YouTube that you go to and put them a third out or less than a third out. And it drives them nuts.
Yeah.
So you start one, start another one, start the third one.
Yeah.
And pick one to achieve.
Yeah, they don't like it when you play anything twice. They don't like that. It's so they don't.
Yeah, this doesn't create an echo unless you put them too close together. You don't want an echo. You want 2 distinct phrases out of sync with each other, and it drives them nuts.
Yeah, and just one other question. Sometimes they will, when they don't like the fact that you're not, whatever, doing something that when they want your attention, and they, if they're annoyed or whatever it is they are, I don't want to give them any upper class status because they don't deserve it. But obviously, but anyway, they will hit your chest and make it feel like your heartbeat has skipped. They don't, without saying they too much. What do you do, to protect yourself?
So just call me whenever you get a chance. That's okay.
Okay, we'll do. All right.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Okay, thanks for the information, E, and I hope you try what I had mentioned. In foreign languages they don't like, particularly Chinese. They do not like Chinese.
Okay, and then just one more. If they try to skip your heart, or it feels like that, what do you do? I would like to
you have to understand that that's not really what's happening. And I learned it by experience. 3 trips to the hospital back in probably, 2012, 2013. 3 trips to the hospital, and on the 3rd time they said, Mr. Allen, you have none of the chemicals that would appear in a person's blood who is having a heart attack or anything close to it. So what she called it was an esophageal attack. That's an attack on your esophagus, and it's right behind your heart. And this, I already know that they attack. They seem to have the nerves for your mouth, teeth, tongue, throat, all the way down to your stomach, because it seems that the stomach is where they reverse engineer emotions. Because, if you're very upset, it ends up in your stomach. I mean, that's where you feel it. And this is what they do. They try to create that in your stomach and then give you the thought, and presto, they have the emotion, they think. But you have to fight it. You don't feel that way. That's the answer to it. You just do not feel that way.
Yeah, I don't know that chest pain is, I never had it before, and my blood pressure is higher than it used to be, and I don't think it's, it's I don't know, I'll look into it. And thanks, and I hope everyone here stays well during COVID.
Yeah, do you have a cuff at home that you can check your blood pressure?
I'm going to be getting something, and I did get something to measure my heart.
Yeah, you should have one at home, but I know that I don't right now, but I know when I just physically know when it's higher. And just by experience. You just got to try and calm yourself. Pick some your favorite music that you like and play that. Shut the lights out and try and calm yourself. I know it's tough with them speaking all over the place. And I'd like to come up with, if we can, some rational cures for gang stalking itself. Do we have any comments on that? Physical gang stalking.
That is a very proactive approach. I think that's really good.
Hey, Frank.
Hi, Jesse. How you doing?
Good. I've got a couple of comments. One on that, on the gang stalking stuff. So, Karen Melton sent me a message this afternoon. Just getting to it here. And she said that she was told by a friend, somebody that she knows, that the FBI, she says that the FBI, etc., shutting down for about 10 days. FISA court, maybe fusion centers, though they are privately owned and local authorities work there as well as feds. She says, I said it will be interesting to see if the program shuts down. It could be they still have contractors, equipment and storage, and money in the pipeline to continue for a while. And she says, we will see. Of course, also the CIA has been defunded beginning sometime in January, I think. You might know that, Frank.
Okay, I'd like to have some solid info on that. You don't have to come up with it now, but if you could drop me an email at frank@targetedmassachusetts.org, I'd love to read about that.
Sure, yeah, I know the CIA has been funded. I read a legit article on it. I'll pull it up again, send it to you.
Okay, I would appreciate that.
You think they can include the CIA in that too?
Yeah, the CIA, that's like the number one that's being defunded. That one's been verified. The DOD.
No, it's Department of Defense in Arlington, Virginia. Okay, I know. I'm a target for 8 years. It's all, I get it day and night. It's all experiments. The ones that are delusional already had delusional traits. There is no such thing as gang stalking, obviously. It's not possible. And again,
there are hundreds of people that have it. So
You
There
take
are
advantage
hundreds.
of the delusional, and Department of Defense is watching you guys, because if you're taking money from the delusional, shame on you. Bye.
So here's another announcement, Frank. That's pretty cool.
Oh, go ahead, Jesse.
So I can tell you that for 24 years after I testified against the feds, I was occasionally gang stalked every other day. so whatever.
Yeah, it's something that's real, and it's physical. And I think that because it is physical, I think that TIs in an area that were being gang stalked could band together and do something about it. This is an opinion. I'm asking for suggestion here.
And I can tell you personally, and I won't continue forever here, but I know that whenever I'm in a big city, I'm always gang stalked. Always. People coming into my apartment, stealing one thing at a time, the bag jobs or whatever you call them. I was gang stalked to and from work, 24/7. I went to work, I did security in Salt Lake and Las Vegas. I went to work to relax because the rest of my life was nuts. I loved to go to work because there were cameras there. So I know gang stalking is real. So when I came back to Wyoming, I've been back here since about September of 2019, and I went public with my story. No gang stalking here. Nobody F's with me. And partly that's because I've done my due diligence to make contact with the sheriff's office and the prosecuting attorneys. They don't want to talk to me, but the sheriff's office, I know every cop in the valley, and I put a stop to it. I just, and it just doesn't happen here. So I can tell that if you want to talk about delusional, I can tell the difference between it not happening and it happening, and where it happens and where it does not happen. So that's my 2 cents.
Well, I think your 2 cents is worth about $1 million. But what I'd like to say is targets are not delusional. I mean, there's a very small percentage of the hundreds of thousands of people, and I think we're a lot more than that in the United States. But there's only like 0.1% probably that are delusional or in trouble. And the rest are very intelligent people who have a serious problem.
They're very delusional. I have a degree in psychology from Penn State in
I don't care if you have a
I can tell you, you enable them. It's centralized from the Department of Defense in DARPA. Okay, you sick fucks that take your money is sick. Okay, they're delusion. They had delusional traits when they got Oyster Skull. They went completely delusional. You and I both know. Stop taking their money from them. Have a nice night. You're being watched by DARPA. Bye. I'm very safe. I get beat day and night for 8 years. I've had it. Because of you sick fucks, I cannot expose this because they're all delusions.
I really think you should...
You're being watched, okay? Take money from them out of their account. Go ahead. Try it.
Okay. Yeah, that's very nice, but you should probably calm down before you have a cardiac event. I hate to see that, people getting upset, because there's no... I get upset myself, and I don't have an excuse for it. And she's upset right now. I'm sure she'll calm down, and she'll join us and be very rational.
So I can address that a little bit too, because I understand the psychiatric and the psychology point of view. I have an official diagnosis of severe complex PTSD and nothing else. Now, in the beginning, when I got my eval, I talked to must have been 3 psychiatrists and a few psychologists. They all said, this guy's above my pay grade. And they wanted to label me as delusional, and they tried to. And then when I got my official eval, it just came up, the guy's completely sane. In fact, there's nothing in the DSM-5 that we can really peg on this guy other than PTSD. So, but I understand that at least half of, well, I shouldn't say half, the majority of people who've been trained, educated in the system, they're programmed to think this way. They don't know any other way, because there's got to be something wrong with people. So anyway, I understand all that.
Yeah, there's a lot.
You're an idiot. I worked for over 40 years. I'm not programmed in any way. You sick fucks take advantage of these people. Okay? I've been a target for 8 years being beat and tortured. Listen, it's the Department of Defense and look at the website. There is no such thing as gang stalking. Shut the fuck up and listen to me. Okay? Because I've been beat day and night for 8 years, and it's because of your goddamn nonsense. I cannot expose this. Okay, you and I both got. I have a degree. Would you like to see it? I'll shove it up your ass. I went for over 40 years, including this second. I micromanage my life, and I get beat day and night. Do not tell me otherwise.
You should probably just calm down.
You know what? Listen to the recording when it's done. Okay? Because Derek knows me only too well.
You're on it.
You're all being watched, you sick fucks. Because you take advantage of them. Yes, you do.
Who is, ma'am? What are we taking advantage of, Jesse? Who are we taking advantage of? You know what I get paid for this call? Nothing. And I think it's great. But, you know, people have opinions, and they can express them, but I'm sure she'll calm down. And
Jesse brought up a good counterpoint against gang stalking, and I've kind of used it before, is to, when you travel as a victim, kind of take your breaks or get your store or your supplies at a place where you know there's cameras, and they will stay away from them. If you're going to take a little walk and do it around maybe a government building or something, because there's usually cameras out there, and I noticed that they stay away. So, and then of course, if you did catch them, you know, around you in those areas, you could subpoena that film and you know, have evidence against them, you know, being around your whereabouts 2 or 3 or more times. So, but just think about where the cameras are, you know, on your way to work or at work or whatever, and more than likely they'll back off.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I've always said that cameras are a good idea. And they say, well, they're erasing them. Well, you know, get a camera that is actually tied to something that is somewhere else. There's a number of different ways you can record from a camera. And the memory doesn't have to be on the camera. And I should investigate these things. But we had a gentleman on this call 2 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, and he had 2 years ago, he had a company that specialized in these cameras and whatnot. And he swears up and down that his cameras, there was no way that you would be able to get in one. But everything is possible. But I know a number of people in the community have said that their cameras are wiped. And I'm trying to look at it from a, you know, the same viewpoint. And I think, what would you do if your camera got erased all the time? I'd flip. Well, you know.
Cameras are good to establish identity too. I mean, because the perps are always trying to blame, you know, a victim for something, being somewhere where they ain't. But if you got a camera picture of you somewhere, you know, even if it's your own camera, then make sure you get a good background picture that establishes where you were in the community. Take a picture of a sign behind you, with you in it. But that shows where you were at a certain time. You know,
yeah.
So I think that's come in handy for me a couple of times actually. So
I can tell you that on my personal devices, I've taken probably over 10,000 videos and pictures over the years, and I've got backups of that. I don't have any of that stuff in my house. I have in other locations. And I've had my local DVR camera wiped like that. But I don't really need current stuff anymore. I've already proven my case, and I keep the evidence that I have on hand. I'm not doing anything with it yet, right now. But I've got both video and pictures from the locations that I work security, so I've got a lot of that kind of stuff too. And I even published it on Facebook along the way when I was being targeted by some by law enforcement, others by just a bunch of dingbat third-party contractors. But I actually had kind of a fun time doing it. I don't tell my story in a way that's that I'm a victim. I really had the time of my life, especially the last few years of my targeting, when I went on the offense instead of being on the defense.
That's
so
what I did.
Anyway,
I had a guy in this ambulance going false runs just to be near me with his ambulance, and the siren and all. Finally, I thought, the hell with this. So I followed him, and I went to where they start driving them ambulances to their little buildings, and I got license numbers. It didn't take but 5 or 10 minutes. So I thought, well, this guy's bound to have one of these cars here, So I did all that, and then when I published that on a blog or something, it all quit. It all quit when I told the story about this dude going on a false alarm just to harass me as I was getting off work and leaving, and I got all those license numbers and those cars on my cameras. And I also got a picture of him in my rear side view mirror right behind me in his ambulance, and it all quit. In fact, a whole bunch of volunteers quit the department. The fire department and all those emergency services department, like 40 of them quit. So they don't mess with me much anymore. If you do something like publicize your position.
Yeah, because if they get caught, they not only lose their position and their job, but they could lose their livelihood and then become targets themselves. It's a very dangerous game for them to be playing, and being caught, that's the worst thing in the world that can happen to them.
Yeah, they're wasting a lot of time, and materials.
Yeah.
They had thousands, like 1,000 false calls, And of course, I knew that they were all being perpetrated by the bigger perps. To go on a false call and be around a victim. That's part of their deal. For years, that's what they do. If a victim goes 5 miles down the road, and they know where the victim's going. They'll make a false call to run the sirens down there and the ambulances and the fire trucks and that was confirmed to me when I saw the statistics on how many false calls the county had. It was like in the thousands. And they were complaining, about going out on all these false calls.
Wow.
They don't do it much anymore. I mean, that's kind of stopped that years ago because somebody finally figured out it was a game going on.
Yeah, I'm just emailing Dr. Black. I want to host the candlelight service this year, and she just brought it up. And it's on the 24th.
Awesome.
Yeah, it don't get no easier. Christmas has always been hell with this under this targeting.
Yeah, it is tough. It really is. It's a wonderful time of the year, and let's stick together this year. So if somebody gets into a bad position, I think we're going to have to leave this particular call open for Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, because so give people a place to go. So I think I'll write that down as a positive. Christmas Eve and Christmas Eve Day, even if I have
bad
to
out there, Frank. I mean, the leaves are off the trees. The signals are going everywhere. They bounce off buildings, roofs. You know, they're bouncing off cars. I mean, it's awful. It's just terrible what's going on.
So when you're talking about the EMF and the signals and the radio waves and stuff like that, so I've talked about this before on the calls, Frank, and I'm always cautious because I don't want people to think that I'm trying to sell something to benefit from it. But it's a product that I've been taking for the last going on 3 years now. They came out with a new one. It's an EMF product, and it's actually a military Department of Defense funded project. It was a good thing that they did for the troops that are on the front lines, and it's just a really amazing product. But they designed one that's patent pending that's specifically to protect and regenerate your body from 5G and all the different kinds of electromagnetic frequencies that are hitting our brains and bodies.
And that's good. Anytime we have any new technology that we can take advantage of, that's fantastic, because we have to stay ahead of them if we can, or at least try and catch up so that we can find out what it is the hell that they are doing. Excuse my English.
Yeah, and I can tell you that, like I said, since I've gotten back home to Wyoming, I've got hit by satellites, but just in the last couple of weeks I've noticed nothing. And that might have been because of the defunding of the CIA. I have no idea. But the other thing that I started doing a podcast with a local doctor, chiropractor friend of mine, and it's all about the healing part of it. I don't get into my story because I live in a local, small community. I don't talk too much about controversial things, but just about how, like the heart math stuff that I teach, and nutrition and moving my body, and getting out in nature, and getting my attention off of the suffering.
Yes. Yeah. Give me the information so I can post the call on our website.
You bet.
All right.
Bet. I'll shoot it to you in an email, and I can probably post some of it in the chat too for people that are can get into the chat and click on it. So yeah, I can do that.
Okay. Is that a free conference call too, I hope? Because people are really free and easy with that.
This is it's called Anchor. It's not mine. It's
okay.
Cal's. Yeah, it's just a podcast recording.
All right. Well, that sounds great. We'll get it up on the website. If you have a logo that you'd like to post with it, let me know. I'll just include it.
Okay. I haven't thought about that. Okay. Yes, I'll shoot it over to you. Thanks, Frank.
Okay, I just sent an email to Dr. Black, and I hope she gets back to me with a yes, because as it is now, I guess she is putting it out on her Refugee from the Storm free conference call. We'll see. I think we did
Frank, did he say that it stopped for him?
Who?
Jesse?
I don't believe so. You did. Okay.
Well, so I had all different kinds of targeting for over 20 years, and in the last over a year now, I haven't had virtually no gang stalking, only maybe hit by satellite frequencies and stuff like that, but none of that's happened in the last 2 weeks.
Oh, that's great. Do you think part of it is where you live now?
Absolutely. They wouldn't dare come. They don't want to get caught. And all the neighbors know about my situation. The law enforcement, all the departments of law enforcement know. And so if I make a call, they're here immediately.
That's great. Where I live, they won't even begin to hear about it. I mean, all the electronic things, they ignore it. Albany, New York.
Yeah.
I just wanted to inject that I've noticed northern states, the uppermost states, Alaska and Maine, the targeting is less there for some reason. I don't know if it's the sparse population or the lack of antenna there. I don't know what the situation is, but I know of right now one target in Maine. There is no targeted organizations in Maine. We have one target. His name is David, and he thinks his targeting resulted in his contract to work for, I think it's Bath Iron Works. Go ahead.
Well, it's good to know that, Frank, that those are good statistics to hear,
They got a fusion center up there?
I'm not sure about that. The other state's Alaska, and we do have one person from Alaska who has been on here and may be on here this evening. Not sure. But yeah, that's one state. Alaska has got to be part of it. You can't really live unless you're really used to it. But yeah, Maine is a state that I love very much too, and it's beautiful up there. And there appears to be less targeting. Now I'm wondering if that's because it's closer to the pole. This, it's things like that you have to think about.
Yeah. There was a thought years ago being close to the equator diminished it quite a bit.
Right. Well, I think the field emanates from north and south, and we now have an aberration. I'm trying to think where it is, off South America. It's actually an anomaly, a magnetic anomaly that is running hand in hand with the pole shift. Every day the pole is moving. Now, the last time I checked, it was on its way to Russia. So we'll have to see where it is today. But the pole shift is not something that's going to happen overnight, like some people thought in the beginning, and people are going to be like upside down everywhere. It's going to happen very gradually, and hopefully we won't have any problems. There will be some climate change, though, eventually, if it does complete.
What do you know about them Van Allen belts? Do they have
Van Allen belt? I believe that's where the Aurora Borealis emanates from. I'm pretty sure. But there's a lot we don't know about actually what the perps are using. Are they using satellites, or are they using something that's bouncing off of the ionosphere?
Well, one thing they use is some kind of a solar wind. And I didn't find it any kind of a coincidence when a solar wind company was involved somehow in this election rigging. And I meant to look into that yesterday, and I forgot about it. Because, it's evident. It's like this high velocity, like a wind, but it's got this EMF field associated with it. And no, I haven't measured it with a meter or anything, but I can sense it. And it's just like a desert wind coming across. And it happens about once every 3 or 4 days, and it's like nothing stops that. And it made me wonder if that company's not involved in that. What do you think about solar winds? Are they being artificially generated?
Well, a solar wind would actually, if you look at it in terms of the sun itself, that would actually be a solar flare and create a solar wind. And the solar wind, when it hit the Earth, would disrupt our electronics in the form of an EMP blast. So if there is, in fact, a solar wind, see if you can measure it, because I'm not aware of it.
Well, there's a company named that, and I mean, it made me wonder. Well, what do they do? Are they involved in this targeting? That was their name. I'll look it up next week. I remember.
Okay, we have a solar wind networking monitoring tool. Let me see what else we have. Solar Winds IT management software.
You see that company there that by that name anywhere?
Okay, I'm seeing Microsoft President sounds alarm on ongoing solar winds hack.
Yeah, that company. I mean, that's rather suspicious to me.
Yeah, solarwinds.com, Solar Winds Incorporated.
Mm-hmm.
It's software related, so it could be.
Mm-hmm.
They have 2,500 employees. Revenue is $93.5 million in 2019. Headquartered in Austin, Texas.
Yeah, that's the one. I remember the base. Austin's always had a lot of victims, by the way.
I bet they have. It says Solar Winds hack is unlike anything we have seen before. Cyber espionage campaign. And they have apparently targeted a number of government and private organizations. Oh. I would think the governor of Texas would act immediately and put a lid on this company. The other definition is, as I mentioned, a stream of charged particles released from the upper atmosphere due to solar activity. Yeah, that's wild. Okay, do we have anybody else that would like to bring anything up? I was reading some old literature that I had, and it came up with a device that was actually using the sun as a reverse Hubble telescope, sort of the ant under the magnifying glass type thing. And something in that particular range above all the cloud cover with a clear shot at the sun could really burn up the Earth. So I wondered if anybody had read anything about that. I'll be back in about 2 minutes. Let me see. Marilyn, where are you tonight? She's here, but she's muted. I don't understand that. All right, I'll be back in 2 seconds. Scylla, can you, or Jesse? Who's ever closest to their mic? Go ahead. I'll be right back. 2 minutes.
Yeah, I was just looking up the article. It's actually on Newsmax, and CBS, NBC, ABC have all reported on it about ending Pentagon to end military support for CIA counterterrorism missions, which would fall under the whole Patriot Act, which would a lot of the targeting that we as whistleblowers and targets experience probably a direct result of this CIA funding and its ending. So that's good. And I did put a link to the to my.
Where was that? Where was that you saw that and when? I'm sorry. That's fantastic news.
Yeah, if you just Google, I'm on DuckDuckGo.com. I'm not on Google, but if you go to so if you just Google DoD funding CIA, it'll come up.
Mm-hmm.
It's several articles.
How recent was that?
Let's see, when was this dated? This one was just last Thursday, December 10th. Yeah. So it's recent.
Yeah, it was. Hey, Jesse. This is Lily.
Hi, Lily.
Hey, how you doing? Commenting on your article there, I was talking to a friend, and he felt that it might help us a little bit because a lot of their funding is used for these programs.
Right.
He was, however, skeptical that he wasn't too sure that the new administration wouldn't just refund them, but we'll see. So.
Yeah, there's no new administration yet.
Yeah. So hopefully they'll at least put a clamp on some of them, some of the programs.
And there's no new administration until it actually happens.
True. That's true.
Yeah.
How big is the budget? Do we know?
Oh, geez, it's probably trillions of dollars.
Because I feel like they get their money from that source, obviously, but also from illegal sources, whether it's, the two biggest money makers being, human trafficking and drug trafficking.
Yep, I had a friend of mine that was a Vietnam vet. He was a helicopter pilot, and he flew drugs for the CIA during the Vietnam War. I'm trying to remember the name of that project, but he had all kinds of stories about that.
Oh, God. And did anyone see something about the Mexican border even? Cuffing the CIA, the U.S. CIA and FBI for drugs?
Well, they've been involved. I don't know. I haven't seen any recent stories. I just completely stayed away from any and all news unless somebody tells me something to look up personally.
Yeah, sure.
Specifically.
Hey, Jesse, was that guy's name Bronco Billy?
No. I can't remember his last name. He passed away a couple of years ago. But no,
Did he fly a Cobra too? Did he ever fly a Cobra?
I don't know. I just know he was a chopper pilot, and I don't really know what kind he flew. I can't remember. But we used to have. It was fun talking to him because I've got quite a bit of experience and education on frequencies. And we would talk back and forth because he knew a lot about all that kind of stuff too. And he told me a story one time about when he was doing rescue missions, and oftentimes people would be disoriented from wherever they were at, whatever experience they were having, and then he'd fly them out. They'd get out of the chopper, and they'd always warn them, don't walk back towards the back of the chopper. Because you run into the blade and kill yourself. And he said he had several people just automatically turn around and walk back to the blade like they were just mind controlled. And he said there had something to do with the frequency that rear blade put out. That was some kind of a pull. It would just like hypnotize people frequency wise. He said they just walked right into it.
Well, you may have heard about their mind control experiments that they have tried in Vietnam, And unfortunately, the chopper pilots became victims because this mind control wave would go up and hit the rotors and come back down and toast the pilot. So the pilots really, really, really ran into some serious problems.
Yeah, I can believe that.
Hey, Frank, you talked about population and as far as the targeting within the different states. What do you know what most populated state that's targeted, proportionally speaking?
California.
Well, it's the biggest state, but proportionately, just curious. I know that it's pretty big out there, but it's a huge state, as Texas is. Massachusetts being so small.
And
a speck on the map, and yet it's congested and pretty heavily targeted.
I beg your pardon. I thought it was no, I'm only kidding. Yeah, it's a relatively small state. It seems like coastal states get hammered the worst.
And do you think it's because of the illegal activity going in through the ports, in and out?
Well, there's a lot of mob activity on the coasts, naturally. A lot more, perhaps, than inland. But we have something new that has happened in the U.S. that people probably don't remember. We have 100-mile inland limit. And within this 100-mile limit, the police can do anything. And so I kind of think that there's a lot going on within that 100-mile limit.
100-mile limit within.
Let me look it up. It's in our archives. I remember when it came out, I made a point of putting it up.
This is Kim, by the way.
Hi, Kim. How you doing?
I spoke with you before. Hi, I'm pretty good. Hanging in there. It's Christmas.
Yeah, this is no fun, that's for sure.
I had sent you some photos. I was just wondering what you made of those.
I'll have to actually take a look at them again. I get a pile every day, and I go through and catalog one in their respective owners' files. And a lot of times people will call me up and they'll say, hey, I'd like to have that file that I gave you. Whoops.
Right. This is Carol Ann. Don't you think that a lot... How are you?
Good.
Don't you think that a lot of the bigger targeting cities, or states that are heavily targeted are not landlocked because the maritime laws are different, and they can monitor over water, and they also, I think, we have monitoring from other countries as well. We're monitored from other countries, and it's easier to monitor across water.
Wow, that's really interesting.
There's a lot of truth to that. Sound travels, as you know, very nicely over water, but you still have to deal with the 11 or 12 mile limit with the curvature of the Earth. Son of a gun! I can't find that article. I might have actually by now.
So did you say your name is Carol Ann?
Yes.
When you talk about other, this is Kim, by the way, from Massachusetts. Hi. When you, I didn't even, I mean, I know they sort of work together, and we talk about monitoring internationally, over the water. Is it to report back to somebody, the government here or the CIA here?
I mean, I believe it is. I believe mine is, and that's how I'm able to be monitored 24/7.
I see. Okay, yeah, on the time zone. I see.
And I think that, even drones over water, the laws are different. Maritime laws are quite different than laws on land. Mm-hmm. You can get away with a lot more.
It used to be that most of these drones were, they could listen and they could, take pictures with the cameras. But now they have the weapons. They have the lasers. And the weapons is part of these drones, which is pretty horrific.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I have a dozen over my head right now. And, they go back and forth. Frank, what are the two different technologies that they use? The electromagnetic, and then there's, what is the other one? If we put foil or any kind of metal, it has the opposite effect. I mean, I feel like it's.
Oh.
If I have magnets on it, I feel like I'm going to have a heart attack. They'll switch back and forth. What is the other technology, Frank?
Well, electromagnetic sort of covers a wide range of devices. Electromagnetic would fall under any type of either microwave or radio frequency.
Some can go through just sort of windows only, I noticed, and then there are others that can go through the walls. But when you talk about, because I thought that the aluminum foil, for instance, or any kind of metal protects you, you're saying it does the opposite? There's certain weapons that will do the opposite?
Yeah, sometimes it has whatever is used, it's the opposite. And it's almost like,
if you put, like, for instance,
it's almost like electricity versus electromagnetic. Mm-hmm. So when electricity hits metal, if you're touching the metal, it's like being electrocuted.
Oh. So if you had if it was on your body,
if I'm covered in magnets, or I have like a Benedict's metal pinned right close to my heart.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's quite painful.
So that it magnifies it. It gives you like an electrical shock.
Yeah.
Well, America's founders, of course.
And then I taste metal. I mean, I have cadmium poisoning. Frank knows this.
Wow.
I'd like to ask a question.
Go right ahead.
Hi, this is Jade. My targeting, I experienced like really deep cramping in my stomach, and I just had a total epiphany recently that it was not stress related and it was not physically related from something coming within my body. It was actually some kind of directed energy weapon. So that was a huge awareness that I just recently realized, because I had been going to the hospital asking, what can you do for me for this abdominal pain? Does anyone know what kind of weapon that is that completely compresses your abdomen and just totally gives you cramps?
I know that, but I get like 20 bowel movements a day, so I know they hit me hard for the last couple of years with the bowels and my bladder and kidneys. I'm a target now. It's starting year 9 tomorrow, and I'm really upset because I get beat so horrifically. You have no idea how I get beat head to toe. They even put my body on fire 7 years ago like a volcano for a month. Then I only got maybe 2-3 hours of sleep a day. I've been beat so horrifically. And the kicker is, in 3 years, I'm 60 years old. But anyway, not to answer your question, but I'm very familiar with those pains because I get about 20 bowel movements a day.
Oh, I'm really sorry to hear that.
Oh, it's horrible. It's horrible. It doesn't let up.
I have something positive to share. something I found that is relief for me, because I got no relief for months. If is anyone familiar with the HZ tones? It's frequencies. You can pull them up on YouTube, and it's just like, it sounds like remember in the 70s when the television would go off at midnight, and it would just have that tone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, you can pull these tones up, and what it does is if you have V2K or any kind of radio frequency, it disconnects it scrambles their frequency.
What is it again that you're talking about?
They get really mad that you get relief, and you can almost hear the static in your head, and you get a break. And if you do it several times a day, if you go on YouTube, and they have several different tones and different levels, and you've got to switch them up, because they can, if you use the same one all the time, then they'll leave it on that one, and it won't disconnect it. Okay, if you go in and put in the like 9, go to YouTube and put 963 HZ tone, and make sure you do the pure tone, not the music, because they'll have music to these tones. But then they have all different frequencies, like 432, 531, and you'll see there'll be a list of them. And even the volume of it changes the tone. So if you turn it up or down, that changes the frequency.
Are you talking about solfeggio frequencies, solfeggio tones?
That's a different one.
There's like 8 different frequencies, and they are used for specific purposes. Like 532 is supposed to be a healing tone.
Yeah, and like 1150 is, yeah.
32.
And like 1150 will kill parasites.
For someone that's new to these tones, if you go to Solfeggio, SOLVEGIO, they have a list of the organs that are actually targeted, and I go through them once a day. It takes a couple hours, and you can start at your blood circulatory system, your nervous system. You can go into your pancreas. You can go into your thyroid, and it really does make a difference. You'll be shocked. But
it really does. It really.
Whole thing once a day, and you'd be shocked. Now, for the lady with the deep pain in her gut, in her belly, get a bath mat from Walmart that's got those little cups on it that you put in the shower. Cut it lengthwise, or you leave it as it is, and put it across your stomach if you're sitting down when that happens, and that really stops the frequencies coming in. That rubber, I have rubber, the old rubber mouse pads. Rubber has been saving me lately, and I mean I'm at the end of the whole regalia right now. So I really do believe in rubber. You should try it. And there's a thing called Fat Mat, FATMAT, from Amazon. That's aluminum on one side and rubber on the other, and that would also help your tummy. But where you feel the pain, make sure that's covered. When it's just like when your stomach's gurgling, that's when you're being hit by microwave. So then you immediately cover your stomach, and it stops. It stops. I mean, even if you put a cookie sheet over it, or a copper frying pan, anything that's like that.
Luda, thank you for that. I notice that happens sometimes when I go into the bathroom lately. That's what happens when I'm going to get ready to take a shower.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so thank you.
It does help. Women have a lot of problems. I don't know if men have so many problems, but they really go out of their way to make our lives miserable.
Guess what? We do.
You have those kind of problems with your tummy, too?
We have all kinds of problems.
Yeah, I guess we all do.
I know we've thought about it before, Luda, but what kind of people
They're the lowest life scumbags on this planet because I lost words to describe them. I've got two of the worst, and I don't even know what to call them anymore. I don't have the vocabulary.
Go on to Darpa.
Yeah, they're the lowest lowlifes on this planet. That's all I can tell you. And they will do anything for money. Money is their god, remember.
If you look on DARPA, you'll get educated on everything that they do. And they even, those rotten SOBs even say voices from DARPA. You go on, you'll find a litany, a host of variables of information that everybody is getting. And I promise you, it's in Arlington, Virginia. It's Defense Advanced Research Projects that these sick bastards are doing. It's a centralized system, and they hit you with VDK. They even, if you go on, and it's page after page of what they do to the brain, and they make no bones about it. There's pictures of brains, and they tell you what they're doing with studying with the brains. You have no idea. Go on, you'll see. That's who these sick. You asked who they are. That's who they are, and that's the truth. I've been getting hit for
all in the guises of helping vets.
What?
All in the guises of helping vets.
They're saying it's for defense military projects, helping those in the military. They even go on to describe biological electronic warfare, the whole shebang shaboodle. We're guinea pigs for electronic warfare. And more importantly, now they're into these robotics, where they even have tests where they're doing robotics in caves. You know, that's taking away, like, the submarines from the Navy. They're actually hiding artificial intelligence in caves. So what they're doing is what you had said earlier, and I give you credit for that, Frank. What you had said earlier was actually very true when you first started out and you started speaking. They are watching all of us, and they watch all your behavioral patterns, and that's for a bigger, ginormous thing what they're doing. Artificial intelligence in caves, right down to the point of, like, because I wanted to know why I'm getting, like, these bowel movements in urination. They've been attacking me for over 2 years in that merit, and it's disgusting. Now, I'm a little petite woman. I'm a size 4. So I used to work out until I got this targeting. Now, if you know, I'm like, it's crazy. I can't work out because I'm so, like, sick, you know what I mean, constantly. I spend most of my day on the toilet. And if it wouldn't have been for the pandemic, I'd be working because my company had closed in February, so I'm unemployment. But I worked up to February, no lie, no joke. And they're making my life miserable. I'd say go on there and study what they're doing because they're doing it like for warfare, our Air Force, jet laggers. They're like all those ones that have constant diarrhea and stuff, and that's what they do. That's what they're doing to make their systematic for soldiers and stuff better. It's sad. I'm a woman almost 60.
We're familiar with this,
right,
ma'am.
What is the site? When you say go on there, go on. What is the site?
Just Google DARPA. Just put DARPA, and you'll see page after page. You'll even see, like, the pictures of these sick head people, like the doctors in charge of this department, in charge of that department, and you can tell by looking at their faces they're mentally.
Excuse me, just for 1 second. If you put in your Google search bar .mil, lowercase, .mil, you will get hundreds of pages of information.
It's crazy.
She's right. DARPA.mil. DARPA, DARPA.mil. And I've got a lot of files.
I scream at them. In 5 years, I'm on Social Security. Why would they keep doing this to me? I scream at them. You know, tomorrow starts 9 years. 5 more years, I'm on Social Security. It's crazy because I'm taking mine at 62. It's crazy. I'm getting too old for this. Why would they hit a woman, much less a woman that's getting up near 60? That's sad. They're back behind it. Huh?
The only thing that I will tell you is this. You're just starting Social Security, or we'll say everybody's in Social Security. So you're a burden to the country now. You're no longer an asset to the country. You're a burden. But I will also say that more oftentimes than not, retirees are home with no one around them. So if you're retired and you're at home with no one around you, you are even more susceptible. So this is another instance.
Because when I was at work till February, my company had closed. They were hitting me, but not as hard. Oh my God, I've been getting hit really hard since, I'm by myself. I'm single. So they take advantage because the pandemic, like in Pennsylvania, there's like restrictions again. We're heading maybe to another lockdown here in Pennsylvania, who knows? But we have severe restrictions again, and you want to be mindful, especially this time of year. You don't want to be flitting all about because, especially now, I have a compromised immune system. I mean, my digestive system, it drives your immune system. I'm compromised at my age, so I don't want to keep going out, to store. I go in and out of the grocery store with my mask on, and I get back home, and that's fine with me. But they take advantage of that since I'm no longer working because my company closed in February. Absolutely. I get hit like every couple seconds. I mean, what kind of men do this to a woman, to anybody, much less a woman my age? In 3 years, I'm 60. So
well, we can... They are, okay? We can go over the psychological profile of a perp, but most of us know actually what it is, and they are morally bankrupt. That's number one.
They put blisters on my vagina. They put blisters in my anal cavity. They're sick.
Yeah, that's where they like to play.
They do, constantly.
Frank, I don't understand when they talk about having sex and all this. These people talk about, getting attacked sexually.
Well, that's the
95% where I get attacked is in my vagina and butt. Absolutely, okay. Plus my bladder and bowels.
I'm going to try and offer a suggestion to that. The sex instinct, or in general, the urge to reproduce is one of your oldest and foremost attributes that you have from the day that you were born until the day that you can no longer do such things. But they react on this area because it opens up different portions of your brain. It opens up the pleasure center and the pain center, which are actually one and the same. There is just a spectrum at one end and a spectrum at the other end. And if they can get into this pleasure center strongly and get a foothold there, then they can work on serious pain. Do you follow me?
Oh, yeah.
Frank, what do you...
They did that to my teeth last Saturday. Oh my gosh! And I'm a target now. Tomorrow starts year 9. But I'll tell you, last week I thought I was going to lose my mind. No kidding. Like every tooth, like you had said, Frank. No kidding. They hit. Like I thought every tooth was just going to come out of my socket. Like everything was on fire. And they did that for like 12 solid hours, Frank. It was horrible. And I'm like, I'm a target for tomorrow. It's 9 years. Why are you doing this to me?
Yeah, there's the why. The first, that's the most common question that a human being asks, and that's why. Mm-hmm. We don't have a clear explanation of the why yet. There could be, and I have read some back literature that states that there is a war going on between China in the United States, and also Russia in the United States, which has clear evidence going back to the 70s. And it's just amazing to see just what they will do. And the reason there is a stronger presence of satellites is because China managed to shoot down a U.S. satellite that they thought was spying on China, which probably was, and was designed to do so.
Did you hear
but
the latest
Frank,
on the
Frank, can I add something to that?
Sure, go right ahead.
Okay, it's when you I've done a lot of research because I've had to try to understand so I can survive this. But it's twofold to this. It's a torture program, and it's about mind control. It's about the torture, taking your mind to, like you said, to a place, and it's almost like an unconscious state where it's it's almost like you an out-of-body experience, so they can then have mind control. But the ones that go on for hours and hours, those are AI computers that respond to your response. So that if you react to it in a negative way.
Yep, voice to call is automated. Yep, it's not real people talking to your mind. But the guy maybe will come in and say something that's fine, but the rest is automated.
Well, some of them are. So, and then they have a monitor. But for the majority of the time, if you have a V2K and it's 24/7, it's an AI computer.
I get V2K and everything. The water running in the shower turns into a horror chamber.
Okay, just try this. Instead of reacting and getting upset, because it reacts to it responds to your emotions. So because it wants you upset. If you're getting really upset, it's going to continue to pound that emotion. So if you go ahead.
They would like you to be upset, angry, mad all the time, because they can hit you harder.
They're getting what they want. It's a torture program. So if you don't react, so if you don't react to that, or if you take, just find a meditation, go to those tones that we were talking about, and try to.
Can I interject something while you're on those tones? You have to be very careful. Pure tones can cause deafness. Look it up.
So you don't do it for long periods,
So those tones have music in the background. And I want to interject one thing here. You can download them into a folder in my documents in your computer. Then I went through and numbered them. I started at the circulatory nervous system. Then I went to the pineal gland and worked to the bottom of my toes through these tones. Number them, and I go through each number every day. And I'm going to tell you, it does make a big difference, but there is beautiful music playing with them, and you can't even hardly hear the tone. It's hidden in the tone. Sovereign Man knows about these also. But the music is wonderful. It's so relaxing. It's better than meditation. I really believe in these.
Of that, I'm familiar. That's why I just stated stay away from pure tones.
Right. But with the music, it's very, very different.
Right. It's not
it's tone plus music.
That's right.
Sometimes, but you can have a little of the pure tone, and I use the pure tone. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to say you can go to YouTube, type in how to convert your music to 432. Like you can download your favorite music off of YouTube, and then use a program called what is it? Come on, guys. Hold on, maybe somebody can help me out. It's a free program. It's called Audacity. Thank you. Those two brain cells just kicked in. Audacity. And you can set the frequency for the music to play back at. You can change the frequency.
432. Everything is written in A440 today, which is a standard and has been for many years.
Yeah, it was designed. It was designed to break. It is designed to be disonic. It's to break up the healing.
Yes, it is.
To create confusion.
Yeah, 432 is very, very old and goes back to the beginning. Everything was written in 432, and you will find, if you look very closely, all of the tearjerkers and the really gut-pulling songs that you love were written in 432.
The thing was, in the late 1800s, there was a consortium of men that came together. They changed it. I may be mistaken. Maybe it was in the 20th century. No. 19th.
Speak up, Sovereign Man. Your mic. You're away from your mic, I think.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You can do some research on it when it was changed from 432 to 440. And I don't recommend using Google. Google is DARPA. But use your favorite search engine, hopefully one that protects your privacy.
Okay, if you're not doing anything wrong, you have nothing to fear. If you are talking about things that you shouldn't be talking about, then you have something to fear. That's the way I look at Google. I'm not doing anything that anyone else here wouldn't do. So that's the way I look at Google anyway.
No,
They're gathering information from data sets. That's
Frank,
what they're
that's
doing.
checking.
Excuse me?
You're reading a lot of articles and posting articles that are controversial. That's what they're interested in. I don't do that article stuff anymore. You do.
Yeah.
Ever.
That's good, but somebody has to do it. I've always done it. I did it on radio, and I ripped up the government on radio, and I don't care because this has to come out.
But you can use engines to find your article. That's what Sovereign Man is saying.
Right.
Frank,
the search engines. Excuse me? Yes.
Do they still come at
I have VPK over right up next to my lamp where my computer is right now, and all my studio equipment. It's like this. You can't expect that somebody isn't listening to you because they're in a race with China. They're putting together data sets. Okay, China has a massive data set for their computers because of their population. So,
Frank, not to interrupt, but real quick, it was just on the news that, and look on the news, Google it when you have a chance. And I just want to tell you this: China was just caught, and I can't believe with our counterintelligence, they have been spying on the government in the largest infrastructure inside our federal government. There's been a spy for 6 months, and that's no lie, no joke. Google it, and it just came up. It was on the news, on TV. Yeah.
And they get away with it because they're too busy targeting U.S. innocent citizens. They're too busy doing that. So they took their eye off the ball.
And here, I couldn't believe China.
That's what happened.
And then I got a voice to Skull saying, because this dude is saying he's a scientist. No, I'm serious. This dude has been saying, I'm a scientist, it's for research. And I'm like, yeah, right, okay, research this. And then I go off on him saying, study the military for the military. Don't beat the shit out of me, literally beat the shit out of me. But, earlier he gave me a voice to Skull saying, oh, well, it was NSA. It wasn't DOD. It was NSA wasn't doing their job properly. Little kids in their 30s or something that didn't catch this. But, yeah, Google it. It's all over the news. 6 months. There were spies from Russia that got into the infrastructure of our government. How crazy is that? It was all over.
You know what? That circles back to what the other person said about the DOD, taking the budget away from the CIA. Because, I did look up the article, and it did say that it's taken the Defense Department personnel, the detailed work the military to do for the CIA, and they should be diverted from counterterrorism missions in the U.S. And focused on Russia and China instead. Yeah. This is why they're taking it away. Probably because of what happened. Yeah.
And they don't even know. I mean, like the people in the House and the Senate, when they agree to this crap, they don't even know that it's, targeting innocent folks like you and me. It's crazy. They don't know that when they approve the bill, and then trillions of dollars get divvied out to the DOD. Yeah. It's crazy.
And then they miss things, like they just missed this with China spying on the federal government, because they're too concentrated on what they're doing here in the States.
It's crazy. It's crazy. When it comes down to the end of the day, and that's why I get so scared and I scream so loudly, because I can't take it anymore. It's going into 9 years tomorrow, starting 9 years. And when somebody beats you and tortures you, 2 years ago when I was at work, try to work when I lost my hearing for a month. 2 years ago, they took away my hearing for a month. When my body was on fire 7 years ago like a volcano, they took away my speech. It was slurred. My vision was blurred. While I was getting, at the beginning, voice to skull to kill myself or go on a crazy ward.
I'm really sorry.
It was in the height of
Are you in, what state are you in?
I'm in Pennsylvania.
You're in Pennsylvania. Oh, terrible. And why are you targeted?
Because it's DOD. It's random. I mean, anybody that thinks otherwise is crazy. It's DOD.
I don't think it's random. I think a lot of it, some of it is for revenge, some of it is for whistleblowers, for certain.
No, nothing like that. It's random, because I can date back to things that transpired even when I was younger.
Have an open mind.
I believe that's true. I take that back. I believe that's definitely true. That younger people, and some of it is random. I absolutely believe that, but I also believe
it's all random, believe it or not. It's subjects, cases, and unfortunately, and I do have a degree in psychology. I really do. I got it from Penn State in 1985, along with a bachelor's in management. I have a minor in psych. Spent over 40 years, over 30 years was in management.
Frank, what do you think about that? Random?
It is random. I'm telling you, it's random.
Unfortunately, this is what. Okay, we have to learn to let one another speak. There's delusion. This lady from Massachusetts is not delusional. I assure you of that.
No, I'm just saying, but the targets that end up delusion had delusional traits. That's from my behavioral health classes, my clinical science classes also. You have to have
something in particular happened to me, and I whistleblew, and I reported it pretty heavily. And once that happened, I became targeted. They were doing something illegal into my small business, and it was very. It happened right after that.
What were they doing illegal? Because I'm that manager running departments, 20 to 50 people managing through the years up to and including February. So if I may ask, what were they doing illegal to your company? Because I'm not managing, running departments.
Well, internationally speaking, there was a lot of through Europe and China and Russia coming in and out, and they maneuvered my website. Well, I had a nationwide agency, and it was all online, email,
I work for Dun & Bradstreet. If you know Dun & Bradstreet is.
Allentown, Pennsylvania. Please let the other person speak. Thank you.
Well, and again, I'm just engaging, okay? Thank you.
Yeah, let's be adults here. You interrupted her.
Well, now,
well, you asked the question, so to answer the question, what they were doing is they had the IP addresses pointing to, from my website, it was redirected to a Hong Kong pharmaceutical. And when I saw all this activity and craziness, over 3,000 transactions on my ship, all crazy stuff from all over the world, I got scared.
What's
and
your IT department do? Did your IT department look into it?
I did hire a IT department to oversee all the transactions, and they're the ones that sort of culled together a lot of this information for me. So I was able to send it out to the Drug Enforcement. I sent it to Washington. I sent it to the FBI. I sent it everywhere.
So what they were doing was breaking into your website and doing illegal transactions. Mm-hmm. What kind of company do you have?
It was a travel company, a travel agency.
A travel agency. So they were booking trips overseas, or?
They weren't booking trips. They were connected through. It was almost like a illegal online, drug website that was booking it.
Really? Did they go to jail?
No, they didn't. No, they didn't, because obviously they were a part of something.
A part of what?
A part of having the handout. They had the handout. They were getting a piece of everything, in my opinion, because why didn't they do anything? Why didn't they do anything? Instead, I got targeted.
Okay.
I don't care what you say. I know the truth. And everybody that witnessed it knows that's what happened.
So I mean, the company went bankrupt.
Yes, we have whistleblowers like Karen Stewart.
Yeah, whistleblower.
So many.
Plans.
It's true, and I let the information out to people that were close to me. They became targeted. So there is that position.
It's almost like being plants. In other words, Plant USA.
Because they can. Because they weren't above board. And I found out what they were doing, and to shut you up, they put you in fear.
Okay. All right.
At the end of the day, they want to murder you, really. But they want you to do it first.
And as a business owner, you never found out who this was?
Oh, I tracked back a lot of the information, absolutely. But the fact that I gave it to them in person, too, by the way, and they said, holy crap, like, this is, wow.
Well, I guess the traveling, see, that would raise red flags immediately because, again, I'm that manager for 30 years, running departments.
It's like old-fashioned laundering. They used laundromats way back when. But they actually were owning them, and it was easier to find the person. Now they just take small businesses, and they run transactions because everything's technical now. They can.
Well, I know.
It's brilliant, actually. It's brilliant.
Well, if that would happen in my company, in my department, I got news for you. The FBI would have been called immediately. Because even
not if they're involved.
Way back in the day, they were
called. But if they're involved in any way, it's something international.
Well,
that's
big. All traceable.
You know how much money that is? Billions.
I know as a manager of a company, that's really serious. I couldn't imagine as an owner. The FBI would have been in it immediately, and it would have been all over the news.
And not if they're a part of it. You're not hearing me.
Yes, exactly. Go ahead, Massachusetts.
Okay.
Anyway,
I'm hearing you quite well.
You don't understand, so I'm going to just end the conversation. There's a whistleblowing situation for me. That's it. So, okay.
Yeah, I guess because I'm really rational, I can't put the dots together, if you will, because, again, I'm highly functionable, even though I'm a target and get beat the crap out of for 9 years tomorrow. I promise you I'm highly functionable.
I'm not doing the 9 years, ladies and gentlemen. I am not doing the 9 years, by the way.
Well, I'm a target for 9 years.
And we have to live in the solution.
I'm highly functionable beyond rationalization skills.
But
I'm trying to put the dots together.
Please,
so that's why
Pennsylvania, please contain yourself.
Again, do not tell me how to speak. Do not tell me what to do. Because
I will.
Again, it's what I said to you earlier. Okay? They are really watching. The Defense Department is watching.
We understand that. We have understood that for years.
I'm going to throw something out. John Hall is a plant, so is Anne-Marie Anderson. They're watching them. Anne-Marie Anderson's about to get disbarred. John Hall's about ready to lose his license. So I would tread lightly if I was you. If I was you, I would tread really lightly. Okay?
Ma'am, I'm going to tread heavily. I'm going to tread heavily, like I have. And that's the way I am.
That's for you. And you know what? Hall and his little made-up shit, along with along with Anne-Marie Anderson, the attorney there. Because when I talked to her 6 years ago, she was a target. She's not. You see her on the PAC's website. Okay, they're looking into that.
Ma'am, it's his program. He gets to call it the way he wants it, Be reasonable.
She slipped off somehow. I don't know.
Frank.
Yeah, she's not here. But Massachusetts, I wish you would continue speaking because you have a lot to say. And we are all adults here, and we usually respect each other to a high degree.
Yes,
and we don't have any nonsense. So, ma'am,
I'm that type of personality, and I don't say nonsense. Okay, I don't like
I know
crap.
you're a very highly functional individual.
Yes.
Ma'am, you have to learn to be quiet and let the other person speak, okay? Can you do that? Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Massachusetts.
Frank?
Yes, you have the floor.
Okay. Hi, I'm not sure. What I was saying is regarding the being a whistleblower and having stuff that was evidence that was legitimate, incredible, and I couldn't understand. Well, when they first started following me, I thought they were doing it to look into the matter. So I was happy about it.
It doesn't even make sense. No visualization skills. That's what they play on.
Who's whispering?
No visualization skills.
I'm sorry, who's whispering?
That's Allentown, Pennsylvania again. Ma'am, you have to actually start acting like an adult.
Interesting enough, when I mute, she's off the phone, and then when I unmute, she's back on the phone. She might be attached to my phone, actually. I'm starting to think.
No, she's actually. Sometimes we have problem solvers, shall we say, and she would appear to be a problem solver. So,
okay.
I think she is probably severely targeted, and we'll leave it at that. But go ahead. You have a lot to say, as I mentioned.
I have no problem, airing out what happened. I mean, people live in. I don't operate out of fear, and I find that everyone needs to take a step forward so we can end the madness. We need to end this. We all need to come together and end this. And it is scary, and it's upsetting, and it's hurtful. It's a lot of terrible things about what they're doing. It's not normal. This isn't living normal. It's a normal life. It's not. And but here we are, and I'm just happy that we have each other that way, that we can at least talk about these things. Because when I first started looking this up, I couldn't find anything. I knew something was wrong and something was happening, but I couldn't find any help. But now there's a lot of people out there that this is happening to, for whatever reason.
Stupid son.
Allentown, I'm going to ask you to, okay, because you are taking the call down to a level that I don't appreciate. And
that's an affront to his program. You're an affront to this.
I don't want her on this particular program because she is taking away from content. And we've had a lot of good speakers up here, and she came up and blew the thing apart. And we have to put it back together. So we need some more speakers. You're from New York, and we have Massachusetts. You can both unmute if you like and speak.
Frank?
Yes.
I'm from New Jersey. I've spoken before. I'm being targeted because of a lawsuit, and there is a direct reason. I keep saying that over and over and over again. I contacted the FBI, and I know for a fact, quote unquote, what they told me was, unless I was a big corporation, they aren't going to help small corporations and individuals. It's a police matter. I just want to say that. For that caller who insists the FBI should be helping that small business owner. The FBI
you can go
get
to
involved.
your Secretary of State and get justice for your small corporation. I'll tell you that right now. That's where your appointment came from originally when you applied. So complain there.
No, I'm just saying mine was individual, and I went to the FBI. But their quote when I called the FBI was, unless I was a big corporation, they couldn't help me.
Right.
That it's a police matter. So they already ixnayed small businesses and me, saying that otherwise it's local police, because she was saying to the other lady that her small business should have had FBI in there. The FBI doesn't help small businesses.
I wasn't looking for help. I was looking to report some illegal activity. That's it.
No, I'm saying because the other lady was saying...
I wasn't looking for help at that point. I needed justice to be served, and I just gave it to him. I said, do the right thing with this information. Because it was international.
Yes, she had dealings from China, foreign drug companies. That's
the
big.
Philippines airline. all kinds of
No, I was
crazy stuff
talking about
going
the psychiatrist lady was saying that the FBI would have been in there.
Yeah.
I'm saying the FBI doesn't really help small businesses either.
I just wanted to report it because if it was done to me, and I know that it's being done probably to a lot of small businesses, especially if you're home-based or you're a woman. It's just easy to get into your system and start, using you as a host. I was lucky enough to get a lot. It took a while, but a lot of the information. They obviously didn't want me to have that. I sent it everywhere I could just to pronounce it, but when I did that, I became a TI. And I saw it originally. I didn't understand what that was. I didn't know. I just knew I was being followed everywhere, and I thought it was because I had reported the information, and they were looking into it, so they were going in my system, and they were checking me out, like, oh, you sure you're not part of this? And checking me out, and I was grateful. Like, go ahead, check me out. I'm very legitimate. And go ahead. And so I was happy about it, but I was not I was not accurate. They were targeting me because they had something to hide, obviously. That's the only reason. I'm thinking, why wouldn't they do something with such unbelievable drug trafficking, credible information? Why wouldn't they do anything with it? Why? And everybody knows the CIA gets a lot of their funding from the streets, from drug trafficking. Anyway, I just was trying to do the right thing there. And this has been for me.
Well, you did the right thing. They should have never targeted you.
Well, if they want me to shut up and live and just, they've shoved me in a corner so I don't talk anymore. Anyone I talked to became targeted. There's a couple people that were very close to me that know the whole story that were involved with helping me, and they became targeted as well. So they just throw you in the bucket because they can, and it's outrageous.
That's wrong.
It is on so many levels, and if you're going to kill me, go ahead. But I'm not going to stop until this stops. I'm not going to live in a corner. I'm not. Now the weapons are coming in pretty strongly, and it is what it is. It's got to stop. We're not meant to live like this.
Hi, Frank. Can I go?
Monterey Tides. We haven't heard from you yet tonight.
Oh, hi. How is everybody doing, all considered? Is anybody smiling at least? The best you can hope for, right?
Mm-hmm. Most certainly.
Let's see. I had a thought and a question. my thought was just like, in terms of, just my thoughts on who gets targeted and why. I'm wondering if it isn't a mixture of, some of it's random and some of it seems to be definitely correlated to something that happens in an individual's life with various scenarios, but bottom line is there's something on the other end attached where you're in, ticking somebody off for whatever the reason is in a position of power to put you in this program if they get mad. And maybe it's both. But, when I hear the lengths of time, for me it's been like, for sure, like 20 years. Probably, I would like to say it for certain. I would like lay down my last dollar, and those are few left, over 30 years, and 24/7, because I've been isolated and by myself. They've had me isolated for 11 years by myself, living out of crummy hotels and homeless, and I'm really, really sick. And I wondered if, like, just what it would be like if there are any other TIs at this end point, which it seems to be. And like, even if anyone, no matter what stage of the program you're in, if everyone were try to imagine and make themselves believe, not to be in fear for this purpose, but like, wow, what if it's all going to end in 2 months? In 2 months, we're all going to, the program's gone, we're all going to be gone, like they're going to take us out or whatever they're going to do. And we only had 2 months left. What would we do? What would we do if we only had 2 months to do something before an ending that we didn't choose? What could be done? I don't know. That's where I get stuck because, I don't even... It's going to
end. It will end, and if it doesn't end because of pressure from us, it's going to end because of pressure from somewhere else. But it will end.
Hi, Frank.
Hi, Lily. How you doing?
How are you? I'm all right. Hanging in there. Kind of wanted to jump in. A couple of these women seem to be really struggling,
Well, we had one that was struggling. Everybody else is hanging in there, it looks like. Go ahead, Mary. Hang in there, Lily.
Yeah. I'm all right.
Did you share something?
Well, the woman who's just speaking now from, where is it, Monterey Heights? You just really struck a chord with me because I can sense from your tone and what you're saying that you've just had enough. And I just want to encourage you to keep going. I know what it's like to have them, I didn't know, like you, I've been a target for a very long time, and for the most of that time, I didn't know what it was. So I'm glad at least you have an idea, about what this is about, coming on these calls.
Yeah, only the last 6 years, the majority of the years, I had no clue. I was trying to figure it out for myself and couldn't figure it out. It was,
Right, right, and I understand what it's like to be, I think we all get a sense of what it's like to try to establish any kind of bonds with people, past ourselves, including our own immediate family members, and having them try to break those bonds with people, and that you're isolated. Isolation this is just so painful. Right. And I don't know what's worse, being isolated and alone and trying to protect our emotions, or, the act of having them sever off those emotions in those bonds with people. I was very enmeshed with my family, and slowly lost family member. My affection towards those family members and most of my friends waned. Like you, I'm sure you experienced some of that. And as it lessened and lessened and lessened, because they would use my family members against me like weapons, and for nothing. I know we've all experienced some of that.
Yeah.
So I don't know where I'm headed with this. I just really wanted to comfort you and say, I can hear how you're like at the end of your rope with all of this, and a lot of us are. We all feel that way, and we all hope there will be some kind of intervention. And as far as why and who and how, this is I've really done a lot of talking with a lot of different people and done some research of my own, a lot of research and reading and trying to just glean from my experience, because the most proof for me is in my experience. my experience tells me that, especially when you can rationalize at times, going, okay, this is so profound. So the profoundness of it all, just it's self-evident because of the profoundness of this program, tells me that this is something far, far, far different than we can even understand, and we've been experiencing it, right? It's so unusual in what it is, and it's just in it's self-evident of what it is. We've got entrainment beeps, we've got some people get holograms, we've got V2K, we've got sound manipulation, we've got V2K anchoring, which is when they mind control you, and then they hit you with other people speaking at you to keep you into some type of storyline or scenario. And then they expound on your belief system, and they either fight you on your belief system or they try to take you down rabbit holes to see what they can control.
Let's
so
see what Monterey Tides has to say in response to what you've said.
I just think she's saying it all very well, and
yes.
Very, very well, and I appreciate it. My coming to the end of my rope has more to do with not so much my emotional or mental fortitude, and that's of course all relevant to how long you've been going down this. So I think that's pretty well in check for the severity of everything. But it's my physical. I've come to my physical end and my financial resources, and that's frightening because I don't know what else to use. Yeah,
I understand that. You said you're living in California right now?
Not living. I've been trying to leave since the year 13, and then they always, I don't know, I end up, something happens. I get into an accident. I'm, having a concussion, another concussion, a broken foot, it's just nonstop. I'm always so close to getting on a plane and getting out of here, and then boom, something else. And meanwhile, I'm, a few $100,000 poorer. I've got nothing. And now I'm just stuck, and I'm in such a bad place. There's this military and everybody all over the place here. It's a really bad spot. Anyway.
Where exactly do you live?
I don't live. It's called the Central Coast. It's the area, and there's there's a language school here from the CIA. There's lots of military here. Bases and things, and there's an NSA new office here, and there's ex-CIA, a woman that was the head of the CIA, I guess, back in the, up until, I think she retired in 2010. She's retired in Carmel, down the road, and it's just all over the place here. It's just all over. And it's and then I was thinking, listening to people over time, I would love to have a record of anyone that's been for any length of time in an area where they can say their police force is not against them. Because wherever I've been where it's been bad, the police have been deliberately involved against,
Well, can I comment on that?
Yeah.
If you go to the police or if you deal with the police and you are overly emotional, they will react a little bit because they are trained to deal with just logic, no emotions whatsoever.
I understand that. I used to deal with the police throughout my life periodically with prank callers that were obscene and, somebody at the back door in the middle of the night, that kind of thing. I never had this kind of response from them. But with this program, I could be rational and even kind of joke around with them as I'm reporting ongoing theft in my home, ongoing break-ins. And, as soon as you say they ask if there's evidence and you say, well, yes, would you like to see the forced entry? Boom, that's the end. Then go down the bunny hole or the rabbit hole or whatever of being, doing what they need to do to discredit you.
Let them find it. Just say someone's broken. I think you might be stepping on their toes a little bit. Let them come in and say, oh, wow, we have a forced entry. They'll get into it a little bit.
In one particular circumstance, he asked me after I reported what happened, he said, is there any evidence of forced entry? And I said, as a matter of fact, there is. Would you like me to show you? Because it wasn't in the room where we were talking. And that's when it ended, right then and there, and off I went. And that was just one example. Just one example.
Wow.
I don't understand their response. I really don't. They're responsible to take a report and take pictures, ask you possibly the model and serial number of the devices that have been stolen, or what.
They weren't there for that reason. I've never.
Okay.
I mean, I got thrown into jail for calling 911 for what they called a non-emergency reason. I got thrown into jail with let's see how much money, $25,000 bond, bail, or whatever it's called.
You can call 911 as many times as you want up to a certain number. I forget what that number is. It might change in your county, but there's no restriction on calling 911.
Well, those were the charges against me.
Except for the fact that they will no longer come out.
I believe he is right about the police being in cahoots. There are police that are in cahoots.
It depends on the department. Not all of them are. Some of them
not all.
Can I be I'm going to be a bit of a no, I don't know how to explain this. Let me give you an example about police. I needed gas, so I pulled into this random mobile, and there was a state trooper who was pumping gas. So I pulled into the same pump he was on, but he was on the other side of it. So I start from my gas, and COVID was about 10% in. So it was 2 months in, and I said, so hey, I said, hi, how are you? Just normal. I had my mask ready to put on, and he was like, oh, all the crazies are out, kind of thing. Immediately, there was a comment about crazy. So the typical me would say, oh gosh, that could very easily be put right into being targeted, right? And I said, so I asked him, I said, so, I'm curious if it was something along the line, he used the word crazy. And then I said, well, you must have been seeing some type of decrease in crimes and stuff, though, with COVID because everybody's at home. And he's like, no, we actually have an increase in domestic cases. He goes, it's bringing the worst out in people and so on and so forth. But this is my point. My point is I've noticed a phenomenon with most police officers, well, whoever I've encountered or talked about, other than the calls. And we being mind controlled, and then they being suspect or part of the ability to be used as anchors vocally. It's very easy for them. A couple things I've noticed. First of all, cops it's almost like they're on steroids right now with fear. I think cops, I don't know what they're experiencing that we don't hear about in the news, but cops are as we know, they're off the rails, first of all, in some of them, abusing their authority, obviously. And then at the same time, I think there's cops who try to do really well and do good, but they're so afraid. I got pulled over in my state. You can't have a faded license plate. If it's too faded, you get pulled over and a warning. So that's what he did. He pulls me over. I'm in my car in the front seat. I have my hands on my steering wheel. And a state trooper approaches my window with his hand he unlatched his gun, and his hand is hovering over his gun. And he's approaching my car. And he can see my hands. He knows I'm a female. And he's approaching my car like that very carefully. And I'm like, hi, smiling. And he was very stern with me. And now he's approaching my car knowingly that he pulled me over for a faded license plate, not on suspect that I had drugs or anything else or criminal. I wasn't speeding. And he still was ready to pull that gun. And I'm thinking, my gosh, and I live in New England, where we're no big inner city stuff, but I live in a medium-sized city, sort of. But, our crime rates are some of the lowest in the country just because of per capita, But my point is that there's something going on with police that is so unbelievable. As we see from the news, I don't know what they're experiencing every day in their job, but it just seems like they're off the rails. Now, when you start putting us into there, and they come to my home, and I'm worried because I was just gang stalked, I had some really weird event or something was damaged, and I start telling them, and first of all, I can't explain any of this. I can just tell them I'm really concerned somebody broke in or something. But if there's no findings, they're going to walk away, So you can't take it like it's a conspiracy of them against you. If you weren't a target, they would do the same thing with the same complaints. Throw in the mix that you have people who are doing what they're doing to you, they could very easily control that cop, So you got to just be careful because the cops, not all of them are crooked. They're either really overstressed or it's like they're cops on steroids figuratively with their anger, with their fear. They're ready to pull their gun at anybody. And I don't know if that's because of these weapon systems that they're forcing cops to go off the rails. They're forcing people to go, people are really like losing it everywhere it seems, not to mention COVID. So you got to just be really careful. My point is, unless you really think your life is in danger and you think that these cops are going to target you, it might be prudent unless it's obvious you've been robbed and your life is in danger, from now on, when I get gang stalked and I think that they're doing something to me and it's not anything that I just tell myself I'm okay, I don't think I was randomly injured. I mean, I'm not discouraging you from calling the police, but if you think that they're out to get you, then don't put yourself in a position where you're going to get yourself locked up in a mental ward because you're complaining about how you've been gang stalked. You just got to be really careful because the cops are off the rails right now.
Well,
and that's my.
We have Frank and Wendell that would like to speak, I think, or at least they were here. Yeah, see, people will wait a while in the responsive area until they feel that they have no chance, and they will leave.
I mean, is it just me, or are people noticing that police just are a little bit aggressive, or what? I mean, so I'm only calling cops when my life is, when it's obvious. I've got broken into, or like there's major, some type of danger or violent something. But if it's just me suspecting something and I'm just not sure and I have no real proof, I'm not calling the cops, because even if I'm afraid.
I only called them when I had proof, and the more proof I had, then when I finally had a voice-activated tape recording of people coming into my home when I wasn't there, when this all first came to the surface 17 years ago, the sergeant said, "How do we know that you didn't make that tape?"
Oh yeah, that's what cops are trained to do that. And I know it looks like they're gang stalking you too.
I can just
they
tell you
do.
Before
they're assholes.
Before this happened, before I became a TI, I had a couple of times in my life where I legitimately needed to call the police, and they didn't respond anything like this. And then ever since becoming a TI, not even knowing I was a TI, calling and asking the police for help, they became my enemy. I had one come to my door uninvited for no reason, and then shoved me onto the floor, and I had just stood up for the first time after not being able to walk because my hips were so affected. I was in bed for 9 months, and I was just starting to be able to walk again, and he shoves me down, and I land on the cement floor into the carpeting. And then when I told him to please write up whatever he was there to accuse me of doing, he said, "No, I'm not going to do that," because there was nothing. And his partner just stood in the doorway the whole time while this was in the beginning when I didn't even know what was happening to me. No, the police in this area, in Northern California, in certain areas, not in all cities, but in certain cities, they and certain counties, it's not just police, it's also, when you're in the county area. For example, in my rental vehicle, when I cross over a city-to-city line, or I cross from county to city, every time when I'm going anywhere, because you don't have to go very far here to cross one of those lines, my seatbelt dinger goes off on my car, consistently. It doesn't go off when I'm not wearing my seatbelt, it just goes off when I'm crossing a city to county, or a city to city line. When I'm on errands, I'm in this little triangular area where 3 areas meet, or 4 areas actually meet almost. You don't have to go very far, and that's when it dings. And I finally figured it out. Oh, that's why it dings, because I'm crossing over from one district to another. So, I'm just in a bad area, very bad area.
Yeah. Hey, Frank, would you like to speak? Whoop, Frank disappeared. Well, I'd like to say that you are up against apparently a wall there. I would have, or maybe you still can, go to the chief and ask him, why hasn't my case been resolved? Why hasn't anybody investigated? They came down, they said, I made it all up. So you have to put two and two together here. It may be he could have had a bad day. He might have been upset. He could have had a fight with his wife. I'd prefer to look at it that way, but, you know, I'd go to the chief of police. If I call them again, how many times do you think have you called the police in the last, I don't know, 5 years?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Not that many, as I realized that was not the right thing to do any longer in my life. I don't know, in the last 5 years, maybe 5 times.
Okay, that's not out of the ordinary. I would have to say that I would go to the chief of police and I would say that I have had a series of break-ins and you don't seem to be doing anything about it, and they'll put a detective on it instead of, you know, black and white. They'll put a detective on it, and that's what should have happened to begin with. They should have had a detective come down.
Yeah, I believe I asked for one 17 years ago. That's before I knew what was going on. I didn't understand any of what was happening. My life was turned inside out, every aspect of it. I had no idea what was going on. But, you know, I wish I had known about you guys back then. Things would have been different.
Yeah, we have a sovereign man just said in the chat, why don't you go to the sheriff? Because he says the police chief files a report daily with the sheriff.
Yeah, well, now that I'm this many years down the road with the other 2 departments, you know, the one when he said, is there forced entry, and I said yes, and then he turned me around and took me in the back of the car and dropped me off where my credibility would no longer be taken seriously or listened to. So they have access to those records when they run your number of your driver's license.
Okay, we have 62 callers here. We need some people that we haven't heard from for a long time to get involved. We have, let me see, well, we got a ton of people. I don't have to mention, they know who they are. But Marilyn does not have a mic tonight. That's why we're not hearing from her. And Scylla's here. She might be resting. Okay, we've got Kingston, Massachusetts. Scylla's out in Western Massachusetts. And I'm not just picking out Massachusetts people. They're because I deal with them all the time. We got Deb. And let me see. There's a lot of people we haven't heard from in a while. We got 2 Michelles here. Oh, pardon me. A Michelle and a Michael. Sovereign Man, what do you think? Yeah, I'll grab you. We need some males up here to balance this off a little bit. We need the male point of view.
I was trying to get a word in over there, Frank. See if the lady was around Monterey Bay. Is that where she's from, over that way?
I know. If you guys could not address me anymore with the word Monterey or tides in it, just, I don't know, just say California. How about that? Because I realized when I heard
Cali girl.
There you go. I like that. Cali girl. That's good. Call me Cali girl. I like that. That makes me smile. Thank you.
Well, the reason I asked the question was I got a phone call from there in the last couple of days, and when I tried to call it back, it went to a menu, and I couldn't never get up with anybody. So you may have tried to contact me. I did give you my phone number and told you to contact me. I have some information for you. And
Thank you. I did try, and there was no voicemail to leave a message, but it just rang a lot, and then it just said you weren't available?
Well, I sleep during the morning hours. I'm usually up afternoon and at night. So try to call back again. I do have some important information for you. And I'd also like to see if there's any way that we can do a GoFund or maybe some quick donations to try to help this lady if she's gone to her car from the motel with a broken foot, then, well, maybe we can come up with a way to help her a little bit. I'll be willing to do so myself.
That's kind, Richard. Thank you.
If you have the means to set up a GoFundMe, that's fine. If you don't, we can help you set it up, and we'll put it up on websites so that you can get some attention and in social media, and we'll see if we can get something coming into you.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I wanted to ask a question from last week that I didn't get to write down before I forget. Someone mentioned last week that there was a place you can check to see about insurance policies that are taken on you that you're not aware of. Do you remember that from last week, Frank?
Oh, yeah, the insurance commissioner in your state.
So I call my state only, just this one state? Okay.
Yes.
The insurance commissioner, and that covers all the bases pretty much?
It does. It'll throw a red flag up immediately.
All right.
And you will actually get a letter back from the FBI.
Oh, dear. Do I want to call?
Yeah, you do. Don't be afraid. If you're on Social Security and you have a bank that's ripping you off, I bet you I can tell you who it is, and that's Bank of America.
No,
I'm getting a lot of complaints lately, and I tell them all the same thing. Call the FDIC on that branch,
right.
And that branch will get their butt kicked.
Well, I need to do that because I'm experiencing that here.
Okay, well that's what you do.
But they turned the tables on me. The branch, when I went to do banking there briefly, they said our security person said you're not allowed in this branch anymore. I've never done anything wrong in that branch, ever, except say, what happened to $20,000 that was in my bank account 10 days ago when I was in here? Can somebody pull up my records for me? And she said, no, you'll have to come back tomorrow and make an appointment. And I said, I don't understand. Why can't you just show me now? And and that's all. Wasn't even yelling. I was pretty calm considering $20,000 had disappeared. This was last August, and now in that branch, they won't even let me in, saying that their security people said I can't come into their branch. I've never done anything there. It was horrible, horrible.
Well, you need to call the FDIC. If you have $20,000 in an account in your name with no other signers, yes, call the FDIC.
I don't have any more banking records. They've stolen all my banking records, and they had it being mailed somewhere else for 4 years. I couldn't get them to mail me.
Okay, where would that somewhere else be?
They were naming
Did you have another?
They were naming.
Did you have another?
I never lived there, but it was an address in a town where I had lived, on a street that I had not lived. And I'd go into branches all the time in person and say, can you please update my mailing information while I'm sitting here so I know that I'm going to start to get my statements again? And they would look me square in the eye, these bankers, and say, yes, I've just made sure it's correct on the computers. But I still would not get my statements for 4 years. And then they started coming in.
Is this a trust fund, ma'am?
No, it's Wells Fargo Bank.
Wells Fargo Bank.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Why would they do that?
Well, I don't know. I guess they were opening 5 accounts for people that only had 3 accounts, didn't know they had an extra 2 accounts. That happened to me. All of a sudden, they told me I had 5 accounts. I only had 3 accounts at the time, and this was a number of years back when it came to the news, and they got in trouble for doing that with people, with their customers.
Okay. Call the FDIC. That'll take care of that problem.
Okay, and then I just need to write down. Then it's just the California Insurance Commission.
Commissioner of Insurance for just go to the Capitol and find the insurance commissioner of California.
Your voice cut out. Say it again, please.
California.
Commission. Can you just say the name of the office?
Commissioner of Insurance, or the Insurance Commissioner.
Okay. Okay.
And just...
I'm a branch manager of a bank, and I find that story hard to believe. You should call the director.
Which
of
part?
IT to figure it out.
Which story hard to believe?
No. FDIC.
Are you talking about the number of accounts?
Allentown, PA. She should call the FDIC. $20,000 is in question here.
Yeah, I just don't have the proof I had last August. It's all gone.
Well, you should have it on. You should have a statement, right? You should have something.
No.
Deposit slip.
No, they cleared out my safety deposit box, the biggest size you can get. They emptied it, and that was at Bank of America. I mean, I don't get to hold on to mail, receipts, anything. They take everything.
They have to drill that out. That's a personal agreement between you and the bank. You have one key, they have the other key.
Right. So they stole my key. They stole my key, and this is when I didn't know what was happening to me. This was 17 years ago, and I went to the bank to go and shove something else in.
All right.
Well, that's what happened.
Would somebody like to join in? And
well, that story is made up because all banks are closed only by appointment only because of COVID. Just saying. Okay?
What? She was talking about 17 years ago, ma'am.
Well, and, she said about getting shut out of her branch. Branches
Allentown, PA, very disrespectful to her.
Again, okay.
Very disrespectful.
So are you. You take money.
What? Ma'am, you are very, very argumentative, if nothing else.
I was just going to the teller window that day anyway. I wasn't going to see a banker. I was just trying to get some cash.
Yeah.
My debit card.
I've never heard a story of like yours, Cali girl, at all. I don't know how they are manipulating you to give you no bank statements, and you go to get money out of your account and there's no money there. I mean, it
wasn't. There wasn't any money. It was 20,000 less than the balance from the 10 prior days or so when I was in prior.
And no bank teller. You didn't make an appointment with the bank manager to sit down and go over your account.
And she's not living in the situation. She needs to go. In fact, she might be a perp. Really, this is not okay. She's attacking.
I'm sorry.
People that have problems.
I was talking with Cali girl.
No, you're attacking people, and you're calling them the C word, women. Like really?
Who?
Like
me? No, you're talking about Allentown. I'm not Allentown. I'm Lily. I was trying to help Monterey Tide.
Okay.
You got me confused with Allentown. Sorry.
That said something to her saying she's making that up.
That was Allentown. Frank just booted her. No, that wasn't me.
She's gotta go she's not even real. Okay, I'm sorry for that. I just heard her say that this woman who is having these, devastating problems, that she's making it up. She's not making it up.
Right. She's half cocked. She's not even listening. She doesn't want to talk to me like that at all.
Okay.
She better just back off.
All right.
So back to Cali girl. I'm really concerned that somebody has that kind of power over you. So my recommendation.
That's not even your name.
I don't.
Hey,
what?
Hey.
I'll tell you what, lady.
Frank's an imposter, okay? These stories are made up.
Okay, everybody's an imposter, but you prove it. You prove it.
Frank has a rap sheet. DOD's watching him, you stupid fuck.
Okay, yeah, you think so. Guess what? Boo-bye. Boo-bye. Frank, I'm on the app, Frank. Can I?
Go ahead.
Please?
Yes.
I gotta find her. Oh, hold me back. Dear God. What the heck? We're all victims here.
Can I play MC Hammer for you?
Oh, my gosh.
You can't.
Gone. I think she left. She's messing with the wrong lady. No, nay.
We don't know what's happened. We don't know what's happened to her either, and how it's spun out or what she believes.
Yeah, but she's talking about Dr. Hall being a fraud, and she's talking about you, the other woman. She's got a really negative.
The woman is clearly a detractor.
Yes.
She's coming from a really negative place, Alverman.
Use the word. She used
I
the word.
know. Let's let it go. Let's move on. Yeah,
she did. She used the C word, so she is not going to be around here anymore.
Using a C word, that's not that's unheard of.
No, she is terribly inappropriate, and we're all suffering here. That's the kind of person that just wants to just beat everybody up.
They're looking for support, and she's badgering, and she should never be allowed on a call like this. It's not.
No.
I agree. Here.
That's an understatement. No. So back to helping Cali Girl, we got to find a way to get you empowered, because there are things you can do with banks that you can establish a personal relationship. Maybe consider joining a credit union. There's got to be a way that you got to protect your monies, and I don't know how a bank. And I understand you had no statements to prove it, but they should have I don't know how they had the power to go into your account, clean out $20,000. I don't care if it was 17 years ago or I don't know when.
I had problems with the bank once, Lily, and I called the FDIC, and they were down on them like a bad dream. The bank had to close for 3 days, and they went through every stinking penny that was in that bank.
Wow.
So
Wells Fargo is one of the worst ones.
Yeah, I would believe it.
I've heard that Bank of America is probably at the top of the list as well.
Yeah, now that, there's just so many ways you can protect yourself, and I don't know what's going wrong that they have that ability to go into your account and then make it look like that money was never there.
She is too timid, because she doesn't have any friends around. We have to find some TIs in her area to help her.
When I was trying to figure out what had happened to my life, like literally overnight, instead of just being disabled and suffering with electromagnetic sensitivity, that's what I thought it was. Oh, no. It was these people shooting this stuff at me that was affecting my brain. I know now it wasn't just electromagnetic sensitivity. But so when they started gang stalking and coming into my home and all this came to the surface in this very county, that was when they made a point to show me that there wasn't one single thing in my life they weren't going to touch. They poisoned my dog, killed my dog. There wasn't one thing that they couldn't touch. And while I was trying to figure out what was happening in my life, you guys, behind the scenes, they were getting in touch with my family, my friends that I'd known since second grade, my friends that I had known since high school. And then when I was reaching out to people because I got this new disease that I was diagnosed with, reflex sympathetic dystrophy. I don't even know if I have the disease or if it's what they're doing to me causing it. I don't know. But my friends were always there for me, and I was always there for them, like really tight friendships for a long-standing time. They were all talking to me like they were strangers. And I didn't know there was such a thing as TI, right? So I thought, oh, my God, I'm just on my own. I don't know what's happened, but my life has just been turned upside down, inside out, and I'm going to just try to figure it out. And then I finally came across somehow odd way that you all existed and it had a name, and I don't even remember how that happened.
Wow. I know I can really relate to your story. Oh, I totally know what you mean. And your brain just can't process what's happening when your life is turned upside down and inside out and all those things.
Well, because all of the skills in regular life that work when you have problems don't work when you're a TI. You have no rights, you have no privacy, you have nobody you can trust. Because most people that have come across my path since I've become isolated are put in my path. For a reason,
and you got to remember though the weird thing. This is the part that's really hard. It took me a long time to figure it out. They will manipulate your frequencies, so your perception's off. So all of a sudden you're perceiving everybody around you in a different way.
And I try to keep that in check. I do. I try to not draw conclusions quickly. I try to step back, wait for another day, observe, log it in my head, and observe. There's no other time I like being wrong so much as when I attribute something that's been stolen to them and it turns up. It's like that's the best being wrong on the planet, right?
Yeah.
You attribute something to them and it's not them. Hallelujah. Something normal, yes.
Yeah.
Something that was misplaced for something normal. Just anything normal is such a great thing. So I try really hard not to attribute things to them that is not to be attributed to them. I try.
Yeah, and it's an art form. After as many years as we've been doing this, it's really a skill to try to really be. It's so hard to be objective because that's part of what they do. They try to efface you, if you will.
You become conditioned. You just become very conditioned.
Richard's out there, guys.
Say what, Frank?
Oh, I thought you had your hand up.
No, I'm not done. No, unless somebody's playing with my phone again. But
okay.
Anyway, I will speak for a second while I'm speaking. But I wanted to let this lady know that many TIs have had the same situations with their banks. Some have been able to recover their money, and
really?
So give it a try. Listen, do what Frank said. Call those people and let them know whether you have any documentation or not. They do. There should be record of you having the box and
well, when I did call
drilling the hole out, that would leave a paper trail too.
Yeah, no. They stole my key at the bottom of my purse and then returned it. They do that now with my house keys, my car keys, everything, my hotel room keys, all of it. But the thing is, when I went to bring it up to the branch, and I said, "What happened to my box? Everything's gone." They presented me with a copy of what I signed when I signed up to get the box, and highlighted the part that said, if the bank representative is shown what they consider to be acceptable form of identification and a key, it's okay. They are allowed to let the person into your box. So that's what happened. They took my key. I've had countless driver's license stolen over the years. I can't even count them on two hands. So they went in with ID as me with a key and got in. And they didn't know me in that bank. I was fairly new at the time in that bank. I wasn't here very long. And there you go.
Do you have a driver's license today, man?
It just hit me. I just had an epiphany. Go ahead, Frank. Sorry.
I just wanted to ask if she had an automobile and a driver's license today.
I used to have an automobile that I loved. They stole it legally, but I still have a driver's license. I don't know how much longer that will last, but I've had to replace 4 stolen driver's licenses in the past 12 months.
Wow.
Okay.
Well.
Yeah, you're a big risk for these people. There is some type of corporation, or you've been in a long time though. So sometimes I think there are these older companies that have been this technology is the most profound technology in the world.
Right.
So in the most nefarious groups available. So let's just pretend that they're an employee there and they need cash and they pick on certain people to just siphon off of or something. I don't know how those types of issues work. Right. I think this technology, even though it's extremely sophisticated and it is terribly protected by these black ops groups that are employed as contract employees with the government. Okay, especially in Cali, I think Silicon Valley. I think that this technology is so profound, and it has very, very small amounts leaked out into some of these experimental companies. We heard from the guy who talked on a call this past week about a company out of New York City that he thinks is solely responsible for getting a lot of people's data as they develop their own, whatever you want to call it, technology. So they're trying to develop these technologies in these corporation type programs like PsyCorp or whatever it's called. There's all kinds, and it just really sounds like they have got they're on you. You're a resource for them. Some people aren't in experimental programs. Some are just being used. And I think that's when people start getting robbed and their resources taken like that in their homes. They can read your mind, and then they can knock you out and, go in and just take what they want. And, it's horrifying. It's just horrifying.
Well,
so I'm so sorry you're going through this.
Well, back to the signature. Of course, if you did not sign it, you can prove that. And if someone did
hold on, Richard, wait, stop. When that day came and I was in the bank, I went in to get into my box, and the first thing they could not find was my signature card. They could not locate it. And then they never did locate it, so they come up with it. They decided they needed to make a new one.
But I'm trying to tell you what some of these other people did. And there was also video of the person that presented the key and the signature to open the box. And then they were able to prove it wasn't them.
No, I know.
So
if I would have known then what I know now, Frank, I would have done that. I mean, not Frank, sorry, Richard. I would have done that. But I was just, my head was spinning. Things were happening so fast and coming to the surface so fast. I just, oh my God, I didn't know what to think. I'm thinking, oh my God, these people, they're tracking me down and hunting me down because they think I'm some world criminal or something all of a sudden. I mean, that's how it felt. That's what they were, I don't know if that's what they were trying to make me think, but that's how I interpreted all this. So everything I did to protect myself probably just made me look guiltier, Oh.
Well, if you want your money back, and it's in fact all on their records, which it will be, call the FDIC tomorrow morning. Just on that one branch, though. Just on that one branch.
Yes, absolutely. This might be a naive question, but with technology, don't you think they're capable of changing their side of the records?
No. There's clearly a record that goes off to the federal government, okay? So they can't take in money and just have 20 grand sitting in the air. It has to go into deposits, which are actually liabilities and assets at the same time. It's hard to explain. They're like a cash register. A cash register is an asset and a liability at the same time.
And as far as the video goes, everybody that comes and goes from that safety deposit box area is very well documented, videoed. They walk through x-ray machines coming in and going out of those rooms.
Right.
And, well, let's just say you got a pin in your knee, or you got a pin in your shoulder, or you have a certain type of necklace on, or your ears pierced or whatever, and it's going to submit evidence. And if you get the FDIC involved, that you don't have to have a lawyer to back you, because they will.
Can I just ask what comes to me logically is, when I went to the bank before I discovered that day that my box was cleaned out, they had a hard time. They couldn't find the original signature card to the box. They never found it. So they started a new signature card. So therefore, the original card with the forged signature on it was gone. It was just missing. They couldn't account for it. Couldn't that same thing happen with any film that would have been available? Something happened to it.
I have one question I'd like to interject, and that's, do you have any family members?
No, I was the baby of the family, and they're all dead. They're all died.
Okay. That makes you a primary victim, because you don't have anyone to lean back on.
I am the softest target they could ever find on the planet.
I represent a human rights organization. Okay, and I'd just love to give them a call.
I would love it.
Okay. My email address is frank@targetedmassachusetts.org, or for that particular one, frank@aihr.foundation.
just turning to write this down, Frank. I didn't have pen and paper in hand. I'm hurrying.
I just have one quick question. When exactly did they take the money, and when exactly did they break into your box? What's the time frames on?
Those were two very separate incidences. The box being cleared out was done when everything just came to the surface approximately 17 years ago. And then the incident with the money missing was 2 Augusts ago. No, let me make sure I have the right. Yes, 2 Augusts. So August of 19, that incident occurred with the money.
Okay. When the money disappeared out of your account, did and you reported that to the bank, right? I mean, you talked to a bank manager. What exactly did you?
I asked the bank manager when I was in there that day. I said, "Could you please run copies of my bank statements for me so I can see what happened from my balance when I was in here 10 or so days ago, according versus what the teller is telling me today is in my accounts?" And she said, "No, you'll have to make an appointment and come back tomorrow." And I said, "But ma'am, there's somewhere around $20,000 approximately missing." And she said, "You'll have to come back tomorrow." I'm sorry. And I looked at the clock. I said, "There's 45 minutes before closing. How would it take 45 minutes to print quickly out the statements from my two accounts?" And she just refused. And I was very.
Did you go back the next day?
I actually asked where the regional manager was located, what branch, and I tore out of there and got to that other branch before closing, and the branch manager would not let me talk to the regional manager. She said she had left for the day, and the branch manager sat me down and listened to my story and acted really nice, and then at the end she said, "Oh, I'll get back to you," and I never heard from her. And ever since that day, all of the branches in this area act like there's something wrong with me. Oh, and also these people have ordered things fraudulently on my debit card that don't belong to me. So I took up disputes with Wells Fargo on the items that weren't mine. It's very complicated, you guys. And so anyway, when you take up a dispute, they want to know the exact items that I ordered versus that were ordered that I didn't order. So it makes me look like a fraud, like I'm trying to claim things I didn't order, because I said the account's been closed and I can't get an invoice from the company, so I can tell you what it was that I ordered versus which exact charges are not mine. So Wells Fargo had an opportunity, if they're involved in any way or being paid to be involved, to make me look like the bad guy, like I'm trying to claim charges I made weren't mine. So
the remedy's got to be that you could. First of all, I would get out of that bank.
Yes.
Second of all, I would definitely open an account somewhere else, and then I'd file a protest. You can file papers that money's missing. There's definitely things, bank errors. There's all kinds of things you can do, and it sounds like Frank has a really good point with his. If he'd be a really good advocate if he's willing to work with you, from his human rights organization on, how to get that dialogue going with the bank and put some fire under their butt to start figuring out where your 20 grand went, because it sounds like that would solve a majority of your if you're
right,
homeless.
Well, see, that's just it. When I'm really sick, you guys. I've been disabled on disability for 30 years, physically so ill I couldn't work. I worked until I dropped. They've had me so sick since college. I could never work like a regular 9-to-5 job. I had to take jobs where I could make money in terms of what I produced. On where I was my own boss and I ran my own show, and I was #1 in the country with my first job, and the next job I was very successful. So I learned how to be really efficient within the hours where I felt normal. But then when it came to be where I couldn't work a full day or a full week, I literally worked until I couldn't pick up my briefcase or turn the steering wheel. I was so sick, and I got diagnosed with all these immune deficiency or dysregulation of the immune system, and severe fibromyalgia, and all those nebulous things that were being thrown out there in the early 90s at people that were getting sick with weird stuff. So anyway, I got really, really sick, and then. But this new disease, this reflex sympathetic dystrophy that presents, everything about me presents like, yes, I have the disease, but I know that everything they're doing to me, and they've been doing to me for so long with heating me up and cooking me, produces the same problems that present as this other disease. Make a long story short, after all these years and all of this heating up and deterioration of my body, I am in so much wicked pain that, and a lot of it they induce, I know, but they've got me 24/7 within their reach of pain. I'm in survival mode, and then when you're homeless and you feel too sick to sleep in your car because you won't sleep, and then your immune system will get the shingles, and so I spend all this money to sleep inside of a hotel till they want me to leave for no reason. So it's this constant cycle of survival, and I can say this because they know it. They know obviously what I'm doing all the time. So to take a night at a hotel that's going to cost me $140 to sleep, and spend any of it on the phone with Wells Fargo or with any of these agencies. It was about survival and trying to get to a better place, trying to get somewhere with a roof over my head where I could at least sleep and still hold on to enough money to stay alive. So when you're in that kind of survival mode all the time, taking care of these other weird things that come up, it's so hard to find the time. It's hard to prioritize. It's always about, wow, I've got to make sure I have a doctor on board to prescribe my medicine. I've got to make sure I have food. I've got to make, I don't know how to explain it. And then they take away my ability to rent a car. It's just one thing after another. And then this one police force actually told the car rental company, or according to the car rental guy, he said the police told him, I don't know if it's true or not, he said the police told him that the car rental key that was stolen was actually in my luggage. Well, it didn't turn up in my luggage till 2 months later, in a place where I would never put a car key. So I don't know who's telling the truth. I had neighbors telling me that police department told everybody I was crazy. But I don't know if they were paid to say that.
You're not crazy. But here's the other thing you've got to remember. Is you're not crazy, first of all. The second thing is that they can mind control you to put your keys in weird places too. So you've got to remember that.
And not be aware of it? Are you serious?
Yeah, they can do really. Yeah, Richard will testify to that. Yeah,
that's like hypnosis then, right? Because
yeah,
I am
I try to get in the habit. Try to get in the habit of putting your stuff in the same place.
I do.
Absolutely.
Keys.
Okay.
No, I do. Keys and wallet. I have never in my life. I don't ever put my keys down. They either go directly into a pocket of something I'm wearing or in my purse. I've been doing that for years. I've never lost a key ever. Never.
Yeah. And we've got another woman who testified recently that she has stuff stolen out of her home all the time.
Oh, it's
so
every night.
They can mind control you too during the night too. So it's awful. I know this is just the worst technology ever. But they're going to have to find out a way to start tracking stuff like with a notebook, saying, okay, this is where I put my keys last. Maybe you could test it. If they're like write down what you're doing.
Well, I do. Well, I log it in before I go to bed. I go make sure the keys are still where I put them when I come in. If I leave that day, even before I come through the door, I double check where I put the keys, and then before I go to bed, I check again. Same with my wallet and my purse. I'm not saying I don't get that wrong or forget to do it maybe one night a week, but the others I get it right. I don't go out that much. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd be sleeping with my all those personal belongings like on the pillow next to me under my pillow. I wouldn't do them.
No, when
but anyway,
if you want, you can call me tomorrow at 508.
Oh, hold on. I think I have your number, Frank. But let me.
All right. Well, it's time you called.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need an advocate. I've never heard out of all the guys I've ever heard talk. You just desperately need an advocate that can help you get from point A to point B. It sounds like
all your money. You're running through all your money, and you're going to be out in the street.
I know.
And we got to stop them.
And I'll die. So I'm thinking that must be their plan for me to die pretty soon.
Hello. One of the big things is, as far as you putting things and knowing you put them in the same place, they can see into our apartments and watch everything we do.
Right.
So you can't hardly hide anything. Plus, you and I have lots of stealing going on, destruction of property, possessions. I have all kinds of witnesses, and it happens to a lot of us all the time. This is another thing that we can't defend ourselves against hardly.
Nope.
I also have the RSD, but they call it CRPS now. And they also took my license.
You have Crips?
Yes.
You have Crips? Well, I'm about to draw a conclusion that everybody that has Crips is targeted, because every single thing that I now know has to be in place when I stub a toe and it breaks, and I'm about to lose my left leg because it's taken so many hits with this disease. I mean, seriously, it's like bone and skin hanging there and water filling it up, and there's nothing. I can barely get upstairs with my left leg. It just doesn't engage. But anyway, I don't want to get on the world how sick I am. It's just the point is I think that Crips is caused by the heating up and the targeting of this stuff. I would, without doing any research, that's just my hunch. That's my hunch.
Okay, Cali girl, you're going to have to get in touch with me tomorrow because we've gotten to the point where we're hours into this, or at least an hour and a half anyway.
Okay.
And we only have a short amount of time every.
And I appreciate everyone trying to be interested in my situation. I'm sorry if I took too long answering questions.
Oh, you didn't take too long. We want to help you. But there might be somebody just like you waiting to speak. I don't know.
Sure. Yeah, okay. So I'll tell you what, Frank, I'll just look for your number, and if I can't find it, I'll let you know briefly, and then you can, or how about, let me just write it down right here for short term. Can I have the number quickly?
Sure. 508.
Yeah.
857.
Yeah.
8334.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
Okay, that's great. Okay.
Hello, Frank.
Sheila, I noticed you called me, and you're my next person to call back.
Oh, okay. And I have sent you an email, and I also tried to call Richard, not to bother you, Richard, but because you're such a calm person. Regarding Constance, I tried to call her number, and it was disconnected.
I think they may have, I don't know. I don't even want to think.
Yeah, well, I don't know Constance.
They may have taken her off.
They may have what?
They may have dragged her off. She's in Arizona, I believe. So, we need to find out.
Well, I tried to call because I feel for her situation with the little girl and everything, you know.
Yeah,
anyway.
It's, I hope it's a good situation, but it doesn't sound good so far.
I hope it's good,
Frank?
too.
Yes.
Jan from St. Louis. I called
Hi, Ann.
Constance.
How you doing?
Hi. I've just been right here listening. I was able to get through and left Constance a message for her and her adult daughter. Her daughter's like 23 years old, but she has a disability. She called me back. So, see, this is the technology. I think they can. What do you think, Frank? Can't they make like a message so when you call certain numbers, you get a disconnect when you don't? No?
You left a message for her. I would say that you did.
Yeah.
And now it's disconnected.
Now how long ago did you call where it was disconnected?
Tuesday.
Tuesday? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, maybe Tuesday. She got it back. Maybe she got it back on because it was just as well. It's
or Thursday,
Friday night that I called and was able to get through.
I think she might be moving. She moves quite a bit. I think it's a possibility.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hello? Hello?
Yes.
Hi.
California, go ahead.
California, yeah. I'm calling from San Francisco Bay Area. My name's Kimberly, and I just wanted to thank everybody for taking being courageous and getting on this podcast. I know that a lot of people don't like to pick up the phone at all because they're, in the same boat as some of us, and a lot of us are. And I just wanted to say hi, and I know exactly what the next person's talking about. If there's anybody else that is in California, I am so willing to do whatever I can to help the next person. I've been in the microwave for the last since 2015, but at Target since 2013. At least that's exactly when they exposed me to it. I think they've been phone.
Incorrect. Please check the number or code and try again.
Uh-oh. What was that? Hello?
That was Constance's number. I just tried to ring it.
Oh.
It says it doesn't even exist now, so.
Oh, it's my,
well,
you mean my phone?
Well, I hung up and called. Go ahead.
Please continue. Wait. Please. What was that?
I hung up and called the number 2, and it went to her voicemail, which is normal. and I left a message on her phone, so it is not cut off. And, I didn't get an answer, but the phone is still intact.
John. Yeah, pardon me. Okay, so that means I'm okay to talk or not?
What do you got for a number, Richard?
Oh.
Frank, I've got 623-440-4416.
Should be a 602.
Huh?
Should be a 602 number from what I'm told.
Well, it's 623-440-4416.
Are you guys? Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
Oh, I was just wondering, who are you? I thought they were talking to me or something. Oh, okay. I guess I'm talking to myself again. Okay, so I don't know how this works, this podcast at all. I don't. Can people hear me?
Yes.
Okay, is this Ella?
No, this is Frank. This is Friday night.
Okay. Hi. Oh, my goodness. Okay. Hi, Frank. Oh, my goodness. Oh, I'm new. You guys don't know me at all. I don't know if some people come back or, if the same people come back or not. I don't know. Anyway, I just want to say hi and drop in. And I'm miserable, very miserable as well. But I'm doing the best I can, people. I'm calling from the Bay Area, San Francisco, California. And if there's anybody else in California, let me know. And I'll just partner up and fight this. Biden, thank God Biden's president, so we can ride to the White House at least. No care. That's all. I love every one of you. I hope you can make it through tonight. Okay, that's all.
Oh.
Okay, mic's open. Richard, you were the last one.
Okay, you got that number.
They must have been They must have been a Trump fan. I'm kidding. Just kidding. Oh no, that's a little joke. Okay.
Richard, yes, I had the wrong number.
I ran it. I don't have it.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, she's trying to look at help. Oh.
Arizona should be 606. What is it? 602 or 603?
Yeah, but it's also 623 is Arizona, I think.
Done.
Yeah, that's Phoenix. So I don't know what area she's in even. Sue Meyer was on here Wednesday night, and she seems to know exactly where she was. But I don't know. We'll find out.
Constance lives in the Phoenix area, incidentally.
Yep, and Constance's number starts with 623, I think, now.
I've got 265-1688.
Oh, I don't know the rest of it. I just know her area code now that she's living where she is 623. I don't know the rest of it.
Okay, I guess Luda was right. She must move around a lot because she moved right out of the area code that I have.
And another thing is, Frank, some people, when they're targeted like her right now,
breaking up, Luda. Can't hear you, Luda. Can't hear you, Luda. No.
Okay. I have to get it figured out somehow.
Scratchy, Luda. Scratchy.
AC, you used to speak with her all the time, didn't you?
Yeah, and it's with Constance. Yeah, and we spoke recently. Why? I just tuned in, so I didn't know why you were talking about 623. Why? Is somebody concerned about it?
She's fallen off the face of the earth. So Luda thinks she's moving.
No, we probably spoke maybe 2 weeks ago. And and I've heard her recently on the call, like in the last couple nights. I know this week I've heard her on the call.
What can be done? Can any of you have been in touch with someone for a little while? Is there any way to try to make sure everything's okay? Or
well, she should be okay.
Go ahead.
She should be okay. I did speak to her just a few days ago, back at the beginning of the week, and then I heard all the other things that were being said, like what I just heard a while ago about her phone being cut off. But I don't think any of what I've heard is true. I think she's home. I think she's fine, and I left her a message. She'll give me a call back, and I'll let everybody know. Y'all be the first ones to let know. In fact, she did tell me she was doing some videos of her own, and she's going through a lot of bad stuff pertaining to her daughter and other perps and so on. So I've been staying in touch with her. It's just, somebody said this and somebody said that, but as far as I know, the phone's intact. She may not be answering it because of so many people trying to call. I don't know, but I'm going to keep calling and waiting, and I'll let you know.
Yeah, I've heard her this week on, I can't remember which call, because I listened to all of them. And, I'm sure she's okay.
Well, the last time I heard her was Sunday night. And
maybe that was it. Maybe
but I have spoke to her since then, yeah. So, anyway.
Is there still 56 people on listening?
54.
Okay. Well, I want somebody to speak up that hasn't yet. Sorry.
Well, that's what I was just going to ask when you.
Well, we're all we are all equal as one. That's why. Amen.
Well, I want everybody to be heard. That's why. Everyone who wants to speak. That's the way we do it.
Hallelujah. Anybody out there? Oh my gosh.
Hi, my name is Gigi. I would like to ask a question. I'm new.
Hi.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, Frank, I wanted to know, what is the lie that they tell these people to make them participate in something so horrible? I guess
there's no choice in the matter. You are participating whether you like it or not.
So the neighbors, they can't say no?
I think so.
They could be neighbors, we'll say, but sometimes they could be 2,000 miles away from them.
There's two basic things they seem to, and Ray Schumann recognize this too. There's two basic things they seem to say, and that is we're mentally unstable and potentially dangerous.
Yes.
Amen to that.
But how can someone say that if they see you every day? I mean, if you dress
because they don't know you. They see you, they don't know you, but they believe what they're told.
but they just go to these people, even if they, they know you somewhat. You live in the neighborhood with them and your family and friends.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Can anyone answer that? Has anybody actually heard anything?
Yes. What they're told comes with some authority. Mm-hmm. Comes by way of a badge, or some on these calls say it comes by way of FBI, but it will come. The lies about you and me will come by way of somebody with a badge.
And nobody questions it. They just...
Well, who in the public would question somebody in uniform with a badge? I'm sure they come looking official, I'm sure they're they're official, but they come with a file on you that they're building. Right. And who doesn't doubt that law enforcement has the goods on you?
I don't know. I think I would, if somebody was going through that much trouble, I'd want to find out who is telling them this. I would go and maybe say, well, let me speak to your, who's in charge or something, if it's my neighbor. Because it's none of my business. It's their business. It's just weird. It's just so weird that many people, and for me, it's been different cities, and it's still the same little routine.
It is true that most people will believe whatever they're told.
There was a study done in Berkeley that even newscasters reference, like everybody knows about this study that was done in Berkeley where I think it was 66 to 70% of the participants in this really well-known study was done several decades ago, where if a person that's perceived to be in a place of authority tells an average person to do something they know is going to harm another human being and they can watch them being harmed, the person will do it. And, maybe we're not in that 66 to 70% of the people. Maybe that's why we're targeted. I don't know, because I kind of say the same thing to myself. Gosh, would I go along with it? Would I just do nothing? I don't know. It would probably depend on circumstance or what have you. But that's just like a fact that they rely on, that 66 to 70% of people are going to believe and do what a position, even a doctor who's considered an authority in a sense, whatever they're told to do by a person in authority figure, people just do it. It's a very well done study that is referenced, as I said, even by newscasters for the networks, and it's hard to believe, but that's what they say is true.
It is true. I mean, that is most people. That is most people. That's correct.
Yeah.
Okay. That's just something. That's just amazing to me. Like, I've had the same thing where, somebody was talking about how they had talked to some old friends or something, and then you can tell there's something different, how they approach you.
Yes.
Well, sure, because they just believed what they were told about you.
Well, thank you for your help, guys. I was just curious. I thought maybe it was something different, but it seems like, if somebody says those two things about somebody, then I guess you would be afraid of the person. But wouldn't you be afraid for yourself? I mean, if you think that way of that person, I surely wouldn't be getting in my car following that person around, and they know where I live.
You would if law enforcement told you that if anything happens, we've got your back.
That's right.
Oh.
That's right.
Okay. Well, thanks, ladies, for your help. I'm signing out.
Oh boy, this is unbelievable.
And it's good to hear you on these calls, Lynn. I just wish I had a current number for you.
I'm trying to get out of here because they just keep charging every night as they need to, of course, on my credit card. And once that credit's used up, I've got nothing, and it probably is about used up. And then I won't even have transportation. Anyway, I can't talk about it. It's the first time I have felt physical stress in my body. It's like the last couple months, and on top of being very sick because I've been a captive audience in a hotel room for them. So it's just a rough time. So I don't. While I'm here, I'm recovering from an injury that flared up the disease in my left leg. So when I can start functioning a little bit every day, I need to be trying to get something accomplished, because as soon as they see me feeling any better, then of course they fry me so badly all night. The pain is so bad I can't move. And anyway, it's very hard. I feel like I'm really stuck in a corner, and they've got me right where they want me, and there must be a solution. There just must. I don't know what it is.
That's why I wish I had a good current number for you, but I don't.
Well, I don't want to give it out on this call.
Yeah, no, don't give it out. And that I remember that was the only way to contact you. You didn't have like email or anything any other way.
Well, no, I do have an email now, but I don't get a lot of my emails, and I'm never notified when they come in because my computer doesn't go directly to the thing, you know. It goes somewhere else first. But so I do have an email. It's just not terribly reliable.
Okay.
But, yeah.
So do you think it's worth a try to send you an email and see if you get it? Is that what you think?
Yeah, you can do that. I guess we can give our emails out. They already know my email anyway. Yeah. It's LLB Grace GRACE 710 at outlook.com.
Okay, I'll have to make a note.
How are you doing?
Hi. This is Frank. I'm back. Who do we have? We've got Cali Girl, and we've got HC, I think, and we've got another California person, and Richard. And Sovereign Man. And Allentown, PA.
Okay.
Hello? Are you guys still there?
Yeah, go ahead, Cali Girl.
No, I didn't want to say anything. I heard weird noises, and I didn't know if I got cut off, because a lot of times I get cut off on the calls.
Oh, no. We're down to 51 now. But I'm sure that'll...
If I email you, Lynn, and give you my current, not my current number, because mine keeps changing too.
I'll call you.
Oh, okay. But I'm just saying. Okay, yeah. I was gonna say, or email me back with your number. Either way. Okay.
Okay. Is that new person still on the phone that was asking the question about what do they tell people and how is it that they respond the way they do? Is she still on the phone?
I don't know. I thought she was saying she was leaving. I wasn't sure. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Okay, is Sovereign Man still here? He is. Okay, Sovereign Man, you interested in doing an after call?
Wake up, Sovereign Man.
Come on. CFR to hell, wake up. Oh,
There's
boy.
The Sovereign. Earth the Sovereign Man. Earth the Sovereign Man.
Okay, everybody all at once.
Earth the Sovereign Man.
Oh, Sovereign Man.
He's out cold. He didn't get enough coffee.
Oh, maybe not. Yeah, I'm running out of gas myself. I've got another pot brewing.
Yeah. Well, you can leave it on if you like, or turn it off if you like, or whatever you want to do.
I'll be all right.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we'll just try and wake that Sovereign Man up. Yeah, it's almost 1 a.m. here in Massachusetts.
Is that woman from California still on the phone? I don't know if she gave her name. She said she was from San Francisco. You still on the phone, San Francisco? Guess not.
I think her name was Dee Dee. Yeah.
Is that right? Dee Dee? Wow. Have you guys ever,
she'll turn up again.
have you guys ever contemplated why? Hello?
Oh, sorry. Oh, I thought you said Kimberly. Okay. You said Katie, I think. Okay, or somebody. All right.
We've got BB and T. I don't see a Dee Dee.
Oh, Dee Dee. Oh.
Did anybody read up on the Insurrection Act today? I figure we'll change the subject. This is something that the president might invoke.
Please share.
Well, I'm going to check. I'm going to see if I can pull up the article for today.
Can I say something about something that's very hopeful in life? And I don't know if you've heard of Spencer Carter. Okay. Let's see here.
I've heard that name.
Yeah, he's a friend. He's a friend of mine. He's a target individual. He did a class action lawsuit on so many different people, like the military to the homelanders to all the. Anyway, so if anybody wants to look up some hope here, and geez, I cannot do them. Here it is, right here. Oh, somebody keeps trying to hack me though. Not, but thank God.
Suing for $75 million.
Oh, here we go. I got it. It's called the Major Targeted. Wait, who? What?
Carter Page is suing for $75 million.
Oh, I know, and he's got. Yeah, I know, for $3 trillion, and major targeted individual class action lawsuits are coming. Yeah, and the only state that would take him. Oh, I love him. Is Oregon, because they need money pretty much, and there's a hope, and there's so much explosion. A lot of to exploit all of our information. And by the way, Rachel Maddow, for those people that are Democrats on our channel, MS, CNBC or whatever, she had a special guest the other day that was the ex-CIA who exposed the electromagnetic radiation, the gamma radiation, that is. And, things are... So if anybody acts as if they don't, what are you talking about? I'm so sick of that damn comment. It's like right there, that tells me you know. Yes. And and I'm just saying, oh my gosh. And so there's been two people that he has sued.
Beat up.
Amen. And by the way, I went to a rehab just to get off alcohol so I could be one of the plaintiffs. He's got 3,000 plaintiffs, but people that take a chance on their life and try to go to a class action court, federal court, is very brave, and in which I was willing to do. I relapsed again. I still drink, but you know what? I love Jesus. I'm sanctified. I will try again just so I can support this whole trial up there in Oregon. And if you want to look it up, look up Spencer Carter, people, and on Gemico. It's a beautiful thing. It's so hopeful. It's
when
did
he file this thing? When was it filed?
This was in 2017. So all he's still going through it, and he lives out in the sea, by the way, so he doesn't have to deal with the public crap, all the things we have to go through.
He lives where?
Out in the sea on his boathouse, or houseboat, I mean, and all he has to deal with is helicopters and planes only compared to a city, suburban people, yeah.
Right.
And and this was in 2017. It is on the it's called James JAMES, one word, LIC as in cat O.com. James Lico, I guess, .com, and it has all the it's just a beautiful thing. Lots to read, though. Lots to read. But that's all we really have left, pretty much, is to read. That's all. Thank you.
It's the first I've heard of that.
Yes, please go on that. Oh, it's got and on the app, once you get there, it has this lady with a mic, like a, remember, back in football and high school days and our good days, when the cheerleaders yell out that cone really loud. What's that cone called?
Megaphone?
Yeah. Oh, duh. Hello. Sorry, I'm a TI also. Yeah, one of those. It has a lady on this app that yelling through that with like little cartoon sound coming out of the end of it. Yeah. So. I know, it's fun. I know. I'm so sorry. Okay. I hope everybody's okay. And I know it's so much hope. We have so much hope, everybody. I mean, it seems like I'm the only TI here in the East Bay of San Francisco, Oakland, Walnut Creek, California. And it's like, but there's a little group over here. And these people have led me to your email and to your podcast. Thank you, Jesus. And oh God, I love you people, every one of you. Please, if you have relatives over here, if you have relatives in California, let me, anybody, I'll help you, because I'm in the same boat. I've been microwaved. Oh my God, I had to go to emergency because my eyes almost popped out of my brain. I've never come so close to death in my life getting microwaved like a. And this is a joke, but why I just found a cockroach in somebody's microwave. I thought, why don't they cook up in a microwave? We do. Cockroaches will be around for eternity.
Okay. We can do without that. Thank you.
Yeah, I hear you. Oh, my Lord. Okay. Well, I got to go in the laundry. I love you guys. I'm doing my laundry. It's the only time I can do it in peace. I love you all. San Francisco. Bye-bye.
Okay, we were speaking about the Insurrection Act. The Insurrection Act of 1807 is a United States federal law that empowers the President of the United States to deploy U.S. military and federalized National Guard troops within the United States in particular circumstances.
Oh my God.
So.
He's trying to invoke that?
Oh, he can. He doesn't have to try.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Well, he's tired of all the rioting and whatnot that's going on in the United States. every day. You know how many $billions worth of buildings and structures have been destroyed since this started? God only knows.
Frank, is there something?
Okay, so we also had the Office of the Director of National Intelligence state that he has found that, now he is the head of all of the intelligence in the United States, all the ABC people, and he states that a number of foreign countries have been found to participate in the undermining of the last election. So, with that, I will say that the Republican Party is calling for the Insurrection Act. Yep, the NPR is calling for the president to invoke the Insurrection Act of 1807.
And you're right, Frank. You're right. He doesn't have to try. He can do it.
All he's going to do is speak, and it's done.
Yep.
That's one of those bills that doesn't need to be passed. Well, it would serve the Democratic Party right if he does, because the Democratic Party is actually the ones that are responsible for the insurrection in the United States. I don't like to get political. In fact, I'll say don't bring up politics because it causes problems. But if anybody would like to come up to the mic and say a prayer for the United States of America, I would love to hear it.
No takers.
Guess not.
I'll lift our country up in prayer.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Please.
Father God, for those on the call that believe there's a creator and you're sovereign and in control of everything, I am coming to you and first of all thanking you because you exist and that you have ultimate good in your plan. And also, Father God, you ask us to be in relationship with you because you care. And out of that, I'm just asking, in agreement with everyone on this call that agrees, that we need your hand. We need to know your hand is still on this country. The forefathers didn't get it all right, I'm sure, in our eyes or in yours, but they did lift up your name and they gave you credit, and they wanted everyone to live in as best as they could in a pleasing way and have this country represent what they believe would be pleasing to you, God, and act in such a way that would be pleasing to you. And Father God, we just have your hand on this country in a very strong way at this time when everything has come to the surface. It's been boiling below the surface for so long and simmering, and now it needs to be dealt with. But Father God, I'm asking it would be dealt with in a way that is according to your will and your plan, because otherwise it seems like everything is just so out of control. And I just ask you that you would protect all of us, and that in the ultimate end of things, your will would be done, and just protect as many souls in the meantime as is possible, and let us know that you have not turned away from this country, Lord, for all those that are here that still believe in you and love you. I pray.
Amen.
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 Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Then they both. I sent LLB. They came back. I sent out 2 of them because I didn't know if the LLB was capitalized, so I tried both ways, and they both came back. Said
It's
Andras.
No, it's D as in dog. LLD as in dog. I'm sorry.
Oh, D. I'll try that.
It's all lowercase.
Okay. I'll try.
Okay, I missed that. What was the LLD?
Oh, she had asked me for my email.
Oh, okay.
Which isn't very reliable because I don't get all my emails, and I don't get alerts when they're there. I have to remember to look, and it's just not up to me. It seems like.
You got to take charge of your life. You've got to get your life back in your control, because it seems to me that others perhaps that knew your family and know you are the ones that could be meddling.
I don't know.
You have to be strong. You can't let somebody waltz into your bank and grab 20 grand. You got to come to us and say, hey, straighten it out.
Right. Right. Yeah.
Don't forget to call me.
Yeah, I will. So much had already happened for years before I knew that what this one thing was called. I don't know. I was just trying to make sure to. And then when I found out what was happening, I was so physically. Do I hear somebody crying on the call, Frank, in the background?
Not that I know of.
Maybe it's just on my end. It sounds like someone. I don't know. So maybe it's just on my end. Just wanted to make sure.
Sounds like somebody's sleeping.
Somebody's breathing?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Oh, sleeping.
There was a resolution that had passed. It was called the Right to Privacy in the Digital Age on the United Nations.
Go ahead, Frank.
Yeah, there was a UN resolution that passed. It was called the Right to Privacy in the Digital Age. I want to read some of it from what I had read on the. I found the document. If you want, you can ask Dave Robinson for it if you want to read it. He has it. I just want to read what it said. It said the right to privacy in a digital age, acknowledging the conception, design, use, deployment, and development of new and emerging technologies such as those that involving artificial intelligence may have an impact on the enjoyment of the right to privacy, and the risks to such rights should be avoided and minimized by adapting or adopting adequate regulation or the appropriate mechanism.
Okay, I sent it, Lynn. It looks like this one did not come back.
Great. Thank you.
And mine starts with Ben, B-E-N.
Frank, if you want the document, you can get it from Derek Robinson. He had sent me an email, and he didn't really. This resolution had passed, I think, on the 16th, I think, but said that it was something that he said it was a human rights. Just let me see what he said.
How come we're so silent? Thank you very much, Frank, for providing us that.
He said that this is from a special rapporteur of the Human Rights Council.
Is it a special rapporteur, or did it come from Liliana DeLuca?
No. I found this document on my own. I sent it to Derek Robinson. If you want, you can get it from him. He can send it to you. But
quite all right, thank you.
It was from a special rapporteur of the Human Rights Council on the right to privacy.
Yeah, I have all. Anyone you want to see?
Yeah, I sent it, but I'm not that proficient in computers. I don't know. I don't know if it would pertain to our issues. It would, but he doesn't. I mean, Derek Robinson, I don't know. He just wrote, he said, I'm going to read his response and I reviewed the document and concluded that this document has to do with the Special Rapporteur of the Human Rights Council on the right to privacy, not the Special Rapporteur on torture. If you see something having to do with the torture, let me know.
Yeah, I don't want to hear anything from Derek Robinson. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Me neither.
Well, I read, it talked about, like, what I just read, it talked about artificial intelligence, it talked about using, on people and with, I guess, getting their biometric data, and you can read the document. It's on it's on a UN documents. I think the resolution's on the 75th anniversary. 75th United Nations. You think this would pertain to our issues? I don't know if Derek Robinson thinks, but I think this would pertain to our issues. I mean,
I couldn't understand what you were saying, the other Frank. I couldn't quite make it out.
Oh, there was a General Assembly resolution that was passed on the 16th that was called the right to privacy in the digital age. And it just talks about artificial intelligence.